素晴らしい
What is up, everybody? So, probably gonna do... Holy crap, that is loud. Normal stream. Anyway, probably gonna do Shinjuku today. But before that, I want to see if this stage has a decent drop rate on caster gems, because the main block that we have to deal with on this account is we need to get Babbage to like X 1010. And the only thing really stopping us from doing that is caster gems. So if this stage has a good gold caster gem drop rate, I'll probably do it later tonight off stream. Just throw apples at it. And yeah, Babbage buff really good. And because I need Babbage for you and Horsebindo. I haven't really tried, but I'm almost positive that's going to be the case. And I'm going to need double Babbage. Crit and an NP and just use out of there, and then it does some damage for Horsebindo. It's either that or Mori. We use Mori for every fucking boss in Lost Buff 3. But I don't think Mori's that good there, because using weaker craft essences and everything, you're gonna have to exhaust all of your resources just to kill you. And you can, like, Mori could probably kill you in 2 turns if you got lucky. But then you have nothing, and your front row is completely dead, and you have just 3 units to deal with Horsebindo that are gonna be, you know, 3-star craft essences and crap. Like, I just don't see that working at all. So I need to have my front row kill you, just like Mori would, but then also at least on something to Horsebindo and not just instantly fall over dead. Because if I do like Mozart, Mori, Qingong, that'll kill you, but it has no value against Horsebindo, and I don't think that's gonna work. But I'm thinking double Babbage because they both can crit now. They both have attack up into they can both AoE and P. So I'm hoping that'll do well. Arthur's hunting 666. Obviously. Some people think it's going to be in Lost Belt 6, and I wouldn't be against that, but I don't know. I'm not so sure about that. Proto Gill in arcade? If we get more Proto Gill information and, you know, voice acting and insight to his abilities, great, but fuck. So what? The beast showing up in Babylon instead and it being Proto Gill? Oh god. Okay, here's the thing. Arcade doing like the unique stories and everything is fine, and that's actually probably a good idea, and it lets us see, you know, other takes on things. The problem is, look at the Camelot one. I watched a full translation of it, and it was so, the concept was cool, but the execution was garbage. It was so short, there was like no characterization, there was no real like plot, it was so ABC, you know, was it Jock Demoli or something? You know, he barely says anything. You know, George is like, hi, and I'm dead. It's like, it feels like day one FGO, right? Game is a little loud, he only twins that. But yeah, the arcade stories feel like day one FGO in a lot of ways. So, I love the concept of, you know, Proto Gil and all that stuff, but I feel like it would just be so basic bitch that it's kind of a waste of a good concept. Also, if Proto Gil is only ever in arcade and never in regular FGO, I'm gonna cry, but you know. Who knows though? I don't think we have a lot of information to go off right now. So this thing can spawn as a berserker, so that's why I brought Billy. But it didn't, so maybe I shouldn't bring Billy then because of that, because I guess a rider could do well against a berserker. Let's see. Probably shouldn't have done both of those skills. Do I just triple crit it or do I NP it? I think we triple crit it. Could have Billy's crit though. I don't think I'm playing this right. Yeah, Camelot was Jerusalem instead, and basically the people in Camelot 0 don't die, so they're like the main focus of it, and like Rongo Bongo never showed up. So it's you know the person he thought was Richard, which now is, you know, Jock Demoli for some fucking reason. Which I don't think they ever intended that, by the way. They've just like changed it to that because it works. But and yeah, and George takes the place of Dwayne, right? It's like the gatekeeper and everything. But he just shows up, says hi, calls you a dragon, and then dies. And that's his entire plot. I'm not kidding. That's his entire plot. It's so much more basic than the regular FGO version. It's a really cool concept. Like the concept's awesome, but I thought the execution was so bad. Like. And you work with Murder Hobo, Izo. You work with him and Medusa. And then like Ozzy's still there and all that. And then Lion King does show up at the very end, but it's regular Lancer Artoria, not Rongo Bongo, and she's helping you. So totally different. But yeah, it sounds really different, but man, it's just they did so little with it. It's kind of awkward. I'm gonna waste the attack up on Billy most likely. I don't think Ushi's gonna do. I can switch in. Boy, Billy's just not gonna do shit right now. Guess he can finish off the 200k one. Yeah, we're probably gonna do Shinjuku today here. We'll just do this stage once or twice, see what the drop rate's like. Wow, if I did switch in Alex, that would have one shot. Yeah, just like how Camelot was really different, people are thinking Babylon is going to be different. Oh yeah, that's like the final fight there. Ozzy turning into a demon pillar for some reason. Oh yeah, obviously Proto Merlin. Proto Merlin's been in the story the whole time, so. So this was going pretty smooth until this wave. This wave, I think I just bring Alexander instead of Billy in the front. That's probably better. And then if the thing does spawn as a berserker, you don't really care because the rider will kill it anyway. And then you'll just AoE at the end. That'll help them probably better. Well, I learned something. There's no doing it super fast with these restrictions, though. If I... Okay, that's not what I wanted to see at all. That's Ember Daily. Thanks, game. 0 pages. How did I just get 0 pages on a stage that was designed to give you pages? So, Ari, here, I have kind of complicated feelings about that event. So at the start, I thought it was pretty tedious. I think the first 59 floors are a complete waste of space. They're awful. But I thought the boss floors from 59 and on were good. Were totally fine. Although all the filler floors I thought were still pretty pointless. However, that event totally won me over because once I did the whole event and then I did all the bonus floors at once, I had so much fun with the bonus floors. Like those bonus floors you don't need for like, you know, actual climbing. Those are so fun to just sit down and do, and then like because you're kind of restricted on what units you can bring, you really have to do some really weird stuff to win. And the challenge quest was really awesome, and floor 100 was awesome, and floor 200 was awesome. So on the one side, I'm not exaggerating, it's one of my favorite events just because I had so much fun doing like the major floors and the bonus floors and the challenge quest. But on the other hand, there was a lot of stuff that I was just like, this sucks. So I'm like, this event, imagine if you just took out all the filler floors. You took out those first 59 floors, all of this nonsense, and it was basically just the bonus floors, just the boss floors, you know, maybe a little bit of filler floors, and then the challenge quest. That would have been such an amazing event. But the bonus floors reminded me of Good Final, right? With the optional boss fights that you can make harder and stuff with the not summoning the story support. It felt like that, right? It was like this nice, and I truly like those bonus floors because it was, I got to use kind of random units that I may not always use, and I would go into it and it would be rewarding to try to figure things out, and then I wasn't sure if I was going to win or not. Like every stage was pretty exciting because I wasn't sure if I was going to win or not, and you had to like kind of quickly figure it out. It was kind of like a challenge quest, but you had to figure it out in a much shorter time frame. I loved that. So I want content like those bonus floors just kind of scattered throughout regular events. Right? Like that's how it feels in Good Final, right? I wish all events would just kind of scatter a few things like that. So yeah, the tower event was half amazing and half garbage. So at first I really disliked it more than all the other tower events. I thought it was the worst one, but it really won me over at the end. So I'm not really sure how I feel about it, so it's weird. Like on one hand, like I said, truly one of my favorite events now, but there's also aspects of it that I thought were just so bad that, yeah, I don't know. So really good content in the highlights of it, and there were a lot of highlights, but there was definitely a lot of filler bullshit. Okay, well, chat wanted this one first, so... Or next. Lobo is definitely going to be the hard part here, and then I guess Moriarty at the end. I don't... Unless I haven't done this in a while, so maybe I'm forgetting something. But off memory, I don't think there will be any bosses here that will be too bad for us. Maybe Yan is a problem just because he's an assassin, and assassins make such a fucking problem on this account. So maybe Yan's a problem, but I don't think anything will be an issue here. Also, shut up, phone. Alright, let me whip out my 3-star page here so we have things to work with. Okay, caster stage, obviously just Ushi, that's easy. Probably just do that and not even care. Case of emergency, battery, do that. And no, Darius does not count as a child, and that's never been what the age 3 thing stood for. That's just a stupid meme from the community. It's not an actual thing. Best caster Lu Bu, indeed. Actually, there are not a lot of child servants. There really aren't. That is bullshit. There are very few child servants. And almost all of them are limited, and if you don't like child servants, you weren't rolling for them, right? Like, both me and Cairo basically had no kid characters. I think Cairo had, I mean, Hans obviously counts, and his Hans is Grail, so that helped him a lot, but I think he only had, like, 1 DPS, like, at all. And that was actually a huge problem. Like, my main account barely had anything. And even if you get a random, we looked at it, the only child I had that was not from FP Gacha, or was not a welfare, the only one was Medusa Lily. Only one. And she was level 1. So that's not very useful. And I've been playing the game for like 5 fucking years. And yeah, every child I had was just from FP Summon. And almost none of those were useful for that stage. Almost none of them were. And all the other ones were welfares, which a lot of people won't have. And they also weren't very useful for that stage. Thankfully though, Hans is very useful there. I actually think it might be possible for Hans to solo that stage if you set him up properly. I'm not sure. It is certainly doable though with the 1 to 3 stars. Now of course Billy doesn't count as child. Why would Billy count as child? Like that's like King Hassan counting as king. It's a nickname. It's stupid. Like why? God. Like I've seen so many people that think Billy's a kid. I'm like, that is just the stupidest fucking thing. I'm serious. I have seen so many people like are surprised when they saw that Billy doesn't count as a kid. It's like that's just. It's like you can't. Anyway. And yeah, same thing for Gramps though. Gramps not having king, people don't understand. But it's like, it's in his name though. Guys, hard magicians aren't actually magicians. It's a title. It's like a figure of speech. It's not real. They're not actually using magic, and Santa's not real either, by the way. Even First Hassan is not his name. That again, that's not a name. That is a title. They don't know what his actual name is, and they're probably never going to tell us. I'm not sure they know what his actual name is, to be honest. He is, and his name is Karna. Fair enough. It's like, you shut your whore mouth, stream man. That being said, I am really glad Karna is Christmas welfare, by the way. One of the best welfares in the whole damn game. There's only 2 waves here. That's Oh, I should have also used Ushi's MP gain skill. Because had MP by now. Hey, now Arsu? I don't know if that's right. Thank you for the 8th month Twitch Prime sub. I'm laughing at my subs now. How about that? Hey, thanks, dude. I appreciate it. It's like Curse Arm's name isn't Curse Arm, right? Serenity's name isn't Serenity. It's not a thing. And I don't even get it, right? So obviously before I was even into Fate, I was well aware of like Billy the Kid, and I like history, and I like the Wild West era and everything. So I already knew about a lot of the detail there. But I remember when they made Billy the Kid and I saw his design. I didn't know anything about what he was gonna like in Fate yet. I just saw his design. I never even thought he was I never thought, oh, they're making him an actual kid because of his nickname. I never thought that. I was like, yeah, they're making him look kind of young, but it's obvious that he's not actually young. They're clearly, he's blatantly drawn how you would draw a character that's supposed to look young, but isn't actually that young. He's not drawn like a child. Like, he just isn't. He's short, but that's different. And yeah, I mean, the Billy the Kid thing is literally a goddamn title, and always has been. At no point did I think in Fate specifically we'd be like, oh man, we're making Billy an actual kid. Like, I never even thought that, because it's like I can actually, you know, it's like if they're using standard art style here, right? It's totally normal. You know, I've been called the Grinch a lot throughout my life, especially when I was younger and I actually, you know, had to be around family. God, the terror. But yeah, I got called Scrooge and the Grinch a lot. Big surprise. Dude, I stand by this, okay? Look, there's nothing wrong with like Christmas in that people like want to hang out with their friends or family or any of that. That's fine. You know, people want some time off. Whatever. That's fine, right? but I so stand by this. I think all the Christmas like decorations and stuff, they just suck. I mean, they just suck. Every time Christmas comes up, I'm like, oh great, now I have to watch everyone put up decorations that are just tacky, awful, you know, don't go with the rest of like the architecture around. Everyone, all the buildings and like stores start playing awful music. Awful music that is just, and even if you like it, it's so samey. It's so samey, right? So it's just the really, when I think Christmas, I think repetitive, boring, tacky. I'm not exactly what I think about Christmas. Now, all the, you know, other stuff is fine, but holy shit, it's like all the generic decorations and just this repetitive music. It's just so dull, dude. I fucking hate it. The lights can be cool. I've definitely seen people that get creative with the lights, and that can be fun. So yeah, I don't mind the lights, but yeah, most of like the decorations I think are crap, and then the fucking music is the worst. And then all the you know, movies are all. God, though I haven't watched television since I was like I don't 13, but you know, all the movies are all gonna be all Christmas themed, and it's just ugh. So yeah, Christmas kind of sucks. But yeah, if people want to spend time with family or friends, or that's fine. You know, that doesn't bother me. But yeah, Christmas is such an obnoxious period. Everyone acts like a moron, and it's like, if you want to be like nice to your fellow man, that's great. But you should be doing that all the time, not just because some arbitrary holiday told you to. So for some reason, this account, ever since I switched computers, is not showing Final Ascension art. And I'm so sick of that. I'm going to try to fix this now, although I'm going to hide my screen because I don't want to accidentally show off my room information that's for account recovery. Let's see here. I'm going to cross-reference this with just my... And see, I just clicked the wrong button and I showed my bind code. Okay, glad I didn't have that up. I got to find the options menu. There we go, I got it. I like how they put the options in your bind code right next to each other. So I just need to cross-reference this with my phone and see what's toggled that, you know, differently on one than the other, so I can get my everything set up right here. And I think I figured out what it is already. Wait, no, I'm thinking backwards. There we go. Okay, let's see if I got it now. I think I did find the thing, but I switched my phone instead of the 1 to 3 star account. Yeah, so many people would want to steal the crap account. Good point. But all these level 3-star craft essences, you know. I mean, someone would probably do it to just be malicious, right? Like somebody would do it to just be a dick. It does have Poster Girl. It has actually a lot of rare stuff. We've just burned most of it. I have a birthday near Christmas, and I do remember as a kid, I would check like throughout the year, like, you know, how much, like if people got money and gift cards or whatever, like, you know, birthday cards or whatever, like how much would it be versus, and then how much did you get for Christmas versus what I would get, and it was always on average quite a bit less. Like, it's not just a meme. I remember checking it just cause I didn't really care, and I never made a stink about it, but I wanted to know, because I remember people would say in my family, oh yeah, we won't do that. But they did, and I remember checking, and it was pretty obvious too, actually. A lot of the cases it was quite obvious, but I didn't really care. I mean, it's like, you know, it's free stuff. You're not entitled to any of it anyway. But that is absolutely a thing, I think, for a lot of people. I'm sure some families are, you know, friend groups out there, you know, make sure not to do that, but I'm sure a lot do, meaning on purpose or not. I forgot to switch the team. Okay, well, Babbage is the only thing here that makes any sense, so good luck, Robo-Man. Not only did I not switch the team, but I brought units that are being counterclassed. And I like how Babbage just is getting crit in the face, and I have the worst mystic code for this. Yeah, let me switch in Ongra. That's the one. Oh, hey, here we go. That'll help, actually. Thanks, Asclepius. Let me just grab these buffs real quick. They lost. I need to level Asclepius's skill ranks. He might be you. He might be you. Yeah, he might be you in Horsebindo. He might be good for fighting you in Horsebindo at the end because of the anti-debuff, but I'm not sure that's worth the slot because it's a real damage race at the end. You know, you gotta kill before you're killed. However, the debuffs there are really annoying. The goal would be to have servants that can have their own ways of dealing with debuffs and they're also doing damage while they're at it, but we'll see how that pans out. Actually, Babbage did used to get used some. He didn't get used loads, but he used to use some. Here's the thing: there's no good like Ushi tier caster for boss slaying. That just is not a thing. So a lot of times when you would fight bosses like the assassin fights, because there's several of them, the assassin fights in Shimosa, if you're doing it budgety, you would just kind of throw all of them at it, right? You'd probably throw Caster Coup, Babbage, Medea. You're probably going to use all of them, right? And there's been several times like that. There's absolutely been uses of Babbage. However, Babbage's use has blatantly gone up a significant amount since his buff because, you know, crits are good. I should have brought Atlas so I could just have really good uptime on his second skill. This team is just a nightmare right now. Like, this is not what you want for fighting assassins. Quick chain, let's go. And of course you can use Berserkers, but Berserkers are generally, if you're fighting just an assassin, a Berserker is worse than a proper counter class. It's just there are no really good counter classes for assassins for budget, so shit gets weird, man. Well, that did not work as I had hoped. That's just what it's here. And ultimately, I like the way Babbage and Caster Coup are balancing each other. Caster Coup still has uses, like, absolutely, because he's got the anti-debuff, he gets his NP faster with the battery, his NP does more damage, generally. Kind of depends on the circumstances, but certainly repeat better damage. Babbage is way better burst, though, and he's got invulnerability instead of evade. He's got way more normal card damage, but, you know, they're apples and oranges. I do think for total generic gameplay like right now, I definitely favor Babbage, but, and they're both fine. Although I guess Caster Coup is harder to get because he's story locked. Oh yeah, Caster Ilya is great. She's amazing for killing assassin bosses, because not only does she do good damage, but she loops very easily, and she has solid, you know, utility and whatnot. The problem is, one, it's Ilya, so yikes, and two, she's, you know, limited 5-star, hardly anyone has her. But I'm so, this has always been a thing for years on end. It's always been a thing where people act like Ilya's not very good. It's insane. Meanwhile, laughs in looping. It's like, I do not understand where that comes from, right? There are loads of people out there that make Ilya videos, and some do them in budget setups, and some do them in non-budget setups, and every time there's a big bad assassin boss, Ilya trivializes it. Every time. I cannot think of a single challenge quest or main story fight where there was a big fight with a nasty assassin boss where Ilya didn't wipe the floor with it. And yet people act like Ilya doesn't do a good job. She's one of the only, like, casters that actually works, like, as a normal boss-slaying unit, right? She's, like, one of the only ones. It's her and Plot Monk, but they're both 5 stars, so at least Plot Monk's not limited, though, so. This is why people, I'm convinced this is why people think Ilya is bad. First off, they're conflating her. They look at like Medea and other units that are more accessible, and they see them doing such terrible damage, and like, oh, that caster damage mod. right? And like, and Ilya has the caster damage mod, so she's doing really bad damage too. But the reason those other casters do such bad damage is because, you know, like Medea's got an AoE multiplier on single target and no damage up skill, and I'd rather casters AoE and normally not much damage up skills either, and low attack stats and all these things. And the other thing is her debuffs. People see her debuffs and they act like they're terrible, which is just stupid. It's mathematically wrong to think her debuffs are a big deal, because one, she would have to NP many times for the debuffs to get high enough to actually offset the damage boost she gives herself, right? And if you've NP'd that many times, the boss is probably dead now. Also, there's a good chance, if you're NP'ing that many times, you've probably blocked some of the debuffs because of her chance for debuff immunity. And then there's also many ways to remove the debuffs with just like command codes or other units or the mystic code, or so like, and again, you have to NP multiple times for her debuffs to offset her bonus damage, right? The stuff she's giving herself to go beyond the standard amount of damage. And again, if you've NP'd that many times, the boss is probably dead. And you're very likely that you just blocked the debuffs. So it's like what are you talking about, right? It literally makes no sense. It makes no sense to me that people think Ilya has bad damage when she's over there looping and just getting herself giant damage ups and smashing everything, and she has an actual single target NP multiplier. What a concept. That being said, her competition with Plot Monk is fairly fierce, and it kind of just depends on like let me not fuck this turn up. It kind of depends on what kind of team, what kind of support you have, and like what you're fighting. In my opinion, I think Ilya scales way better with like really big, nasty supports. But I think Plot Monk is a lot more self-sufficient because she can just, you know, NP, then use her skill, then NP again, and you just so set it and forget it. It doesn't matter if you have good supports or bad supports or medium supports. You know, and it still works with good supports. It's not like she gets worse with good supports by any means. But yeah, I think that's really good about Plot Monk, is she's so self-sufficient. Like, that's a very, very good thing. But I do think Ilya ultimately scales a bit better. But they're both fine. They both get the job done. They both can absolutely destroy assassin bosses, like no problem. And here, this is the real thing that shows that they're fine. They can still work pretty well against a berserker boss. Let's say you're fighting a big nasty berserker boss, so you know most classes are equal. Obviously not Foreigner and stuff, but they didn't exist for a long time against most berserker bosses. Anyway, so for example, let's say you're fighting for budget. Let's say you're fighting a nasty berserker boss. Unless there's like a buff removal gimmick you need to do, you would never use Medea opposed to like Ku, Robin, Ushi, David, you know, 100 Face. You know, those things you're happy to use against a berserker because they've got the damage, the kits, the survivability. You know, it's great. You would never bring like Caster Ku or Medea or any of that nonsense. But you could totally bring Plot Monk or Ilya, and they're fine. And sure, they're not going to do as well as like some of the other big 5 stars out there, like, you know, Jack and whatnot. But they hold up way better than like Medea holds up to Ku or to Ushi, right? Like that's just a calamity. If you're fighting a berserker and you bring Medea, you're just crying. She's useless trash. Where, you know, Ushi and Ku are like the Chads and they're doing great. You know, Ilya and Plot Monk can still do quite nice against a berserker, especially Plot Monk, just because you can just instantly, you know, pop off. But you know, yeah, they're not gonna do as well compared to, you know, like really big 5-star competition, but they still do really good against, you know, 3 stars. Like, you know, if you're like Plot Monk against a berserker is very comparable to like Ushi or something against a berserker. So that's like a good test for, is this actually a good DPS caster? Would you use them for literally anything other than an assassin? Because for a lot of the other classes, every class, there's a lot of budget units that you're happy to, if you have to fight it neutral, it's not, like I have to fight an Avenger, right? No counter class, like you're fighting Lobo, and let's say I'm not gonna use a Berserker setup, so I have to use my best of at neutral. You know, I'm like, yeah, Robin makes sense, Ushi makes sense, you know, I could do just a pure Robin setup or a pure Ushi setup. You know, Ku makes a lot of sense, you know, stuff like that. I'm never considering the casters. And it's not because of their damage mod, it's because of their toolkits. And so if you apply that to 5 stars as well, you can kind of see the ones that are actually worth a fuck. And yeah, Ilya and Plot Monk make the cut generally, so. Let's see if we kill everything here. Yeah, Caster Guild, first off, is just totally different because he's AoE, right? He's in a different camp. Now, sometimes, because caster DPS is so scuffed and is so rare. That's the big thing. It's so rare. The few good caster DPS out there, most players just don't have. Most people just do not have Ilya. That's just not a thing, right? They just don't have her. And if they do, maybe they don't like her and she's 1-1-1 or she's not even leveled or whatever. But so yeah, most people, that's not even an option. So frequently when you're having to do caster DPS, you end up using AoE because it's just out of a desperation. But that's not ideal. So ultimately, Caster Gill's not in the same like comparison to Plot Monk and Ilya because he's AoE, they're single target. And then he has a much bigger focus on support. Caster Gill is a support first, a DPS second. And his DPS is pretty solid now since he got that buff. Actually, I'd say that was a pretty sweet buff for him because he's got some, nice stuff for himself now. And but his support is still really strong. But yeah, your reasons you bring Caster Gill is like, oh yeah, I want to help loop, and hey, maybe his NP will also be good while I'm at it, and that kind of thing. That's just a totally like for on that other account, our newbie account, we used Plot Monk to beat you in Horsebindo, right? And she did great. It was easy. We just summoned a friend's Plot Monk, and she completely steamrolled it, right? No problem. You wouldn't use Caster Guild for that unless you had other things on the team to work with him, right? Like you're doing like a whole art thing. You wouldn't be like, okay, my account's kind of weak. I don't have a lot for this fight. Let me summon Caster Guild to carry me, right? You're not gonna do that at all. Where Plot Monk can absolutely carry you there because she'll just evaporate you. Yep, and then you've got Cersei, and then you've got Queen of Sheba, which are both scuffed as hell. They're like the best budget options we have. They're clearly not as budget as a 3-star, but at least they're somewhat budget. And you could obviously pick them from your free 4-star ticket and things like that. But yeah, they just suck. That's what I'm talking about. Sheba, 4-star, single target DPS. You would never use her against a Berserker or a neutral. If you're fighting a gimmick where the boss makes every class neutral, you would never pick Queen of Sheba. You would not do that. She compares so badly to just 3 stars. If everyone's neutral, Ushi will shit on her, Ku will shit on her, Hunterface will shit on her. Like, I mean, just everyone. Babbage will, is so much better than her, right? The only reason you would use her is because you feel like that's the best you got for caster. Yeah, Sheba's is just pretty. She gets the job done, right? She gets the job done, and I will give Sheba this, and I think I said this on my tier list video. This is the one saving grace that she has, is she does support the team some. So she'll do a chunk of damage to, like, if you're fighting an assassin, she will fuck them up, and then she will buff your Robin or your whatever, if there's another boss type or whatever is going on. And, she's got some synergy with the crits and the team buffs and stuff. That's her saving grace. Now, that's not enough to make her some god tier unit. It makes her usable. It makes her solid. It makes her not like, I can't use this unit at all. It's like she is usable. But she's never going to fill that role as just that go-to, I murder bosses, yeah. Like, no, not at all. That does not do that. And then Cersei, do I even need to say it? It's like, they made a unit that was her whole balance is around the fact that she can stun things, but she can't actually stun things. So it's stupid. It's literally stupid. They gave her a lot of like drawbacks that they gave like Scath, but Scath gets to actually stun. So those drawbacks are compensated for. Cersei doesn't get to stun, so she just has these giant drawbacks for no reason. It's very dumb. And again, just to the nature of needing literally any caster that single target, she'll still help. Let's say you're fighting an assassin boss, Cersei will definitely help. She won't help you as much as if you were fighting a big nasty caster boss, as much as Ushi would help you, right? Or if you're fighting an archer boss, how much Ku would help you, but she'll still help, right? She will absolutely help. And occasionally you can pick things, and then I still stand by this. And again, I think I said this in my video, I hope so, because I really do feel this way. It's not like you never get to pick things. You do get to pick things occasionally. And when you do, she can really make the fights easier, because pretty easily, she can pig twice. Now, after that, you're going to fall off like a champ, and you're going to rarely ever pig again. But you could have high starting NP, pig off the bat, then use skill, then pig again, or just use skill and instantly pig. And that can be good. I'm telling you, that can be a complete game changer in some challenge quests, where if you're just able to CC on some key turns. And I've done that in my videos with like charms and stuns and things like that. So if she can pig, there are times that she's a massive game changer, even if they're not an assassin. but those are very few and far between. Because not only can you not take a lot of things, it's not as good if they're not an assassin or something, or a berserker. And then they might also have debuff immunity, or there could be like multiple bosses and another one has, you know, clear debuff, or there might be a break bar gimmick. So there are a lot of things that get in her way, clearly, but she does have uses. That's why she's not rated crazy low. And you can just see this. Hold on, let me make sure I'm not talking out of my ass. I'm gonna look at my tier list video here. I want to make sure I didn't rate her higher than I'm thinking. But off memory, and if my past self is not a dumb fuck, she should be rated decently, but lower than like your staple 4 stars of the other classes that can murder bosses, right? There's like no way she should be rated as high as like what's a 4, you know, Shiki or you know, Kentucky, even Canis, Hot Wheels, Pence. Like, there's no way that she should be rated as high as those things, because those things are just such. They definitely do a better job at the murdering bosses. Okay, let me look at my my tier list here. Okay, where did I put Cersei and Shiba? Where are they here? Let's see. Am I blind? Where the fuck are they? They should surely be like next to each other, roughly. Where the fuck are they? Okay, there's Nursery Rhyme. Okay, there's Cersei. And then, wow, I rated Shiba a bit higher. I'm kind of surprised by that, to be honest. I feel like they should be fairly close to each other. I'm guessing I did that because of her team support. Okay, so yeah, Cersei is B, which is fine, and I stand by that. I just explained, it's not like she's shit, she's usable. There's times that it works. So yeah, I stand by, you know, roughly B-ish. I'm surprised Shiba got B+. I would feel like they would both be B, but yeah, look at like A, right? Look at how, like, those are your like really obvious go-to stuff. You know, Lancerly even is higher than them, and you know, you got some nice straightforward, you know, boss killing in A. It's like A rank is like the, you know, your these are all really good, right? Like really good, pretty much top of the line, and everything above that is like broken. For the most part. So yeah, I think I rated those about right. If I revisit that, I'll test them against each other more. Because I remember testing them like crazy when I was making that video. Surely there was a reason I put Shiba higher. Having not tested them against each other directly in a while, and just off recent experience, I'm just kind of surprised I rated Shiba higher. So maybe if I test them again, I'll end up rating her higher again. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know if I'll ever do another 4-star tier list video though. They take too much time. Like, they take way too much time. There's just too many 4 stars, and they're so hard to test against each other, and they're still kind of applicable against the 3 stars. So it's like it's annoying. I'm absolutely going to make another 3-star tier list video though. I'm going to update that one once we, you know, have maybe another 3-star at least, and then, you know, maybe do a round of buffs and stuff. Then I'll probably update it. But Ricky Boy is in the last tier list video, and they've never added a new 3-star, so I don't really see any need to update it yet. Even though they've buffed a lot of people, and, you know, they've done some pretty significant changes to units. I don't think any of it matters yet enough. Yeah, making low star tier list videos is really easy for me, because I know I already know them so well. I don't have to do as much testing, because I'm constantly testing them all of the time. So it's just easier, and there's less of them, so it doesn't take so much time. And it's just kind of like my home court, right? So making 1 to 3-star stuff is easy, where 4-star stuff takes, like, there's more of them, and there's just more to do, and it's not as much as my home court. So yeah, I fucking hate making high star stuff. Yeah, Ramen needs a buff, definitely. Yeah, again, he works, you know, gets stuff done. Oh, this is a boss. I should not have brought the Switch Mystic Code. Crap. Giving it to her because she's probably gonna die sooner because she has the defense down first, so it's just slightly more likely that she dies. Although I guess it means she's more likely to use her heal too, which, I don't know, maybe that's not right. God, Hans is not good here. I mean, Rama is totally usable, he's just outdated and outclassed, I would say. So it'd be nice to get a bit of a facelift. Because even against 3 stars, he's starting to not look so good. And you know, sometimes big boy crits are just what the doctor ordered, and obviously you can do that with Tuna Can, but you might not have Tuna Can. But you know, just against Caesar and Bedivere, it's kind of a tough comparison for him. I'm stunning him now because I don't want him to cast defense up again. I want to MP. Man, my setup is really bad. We might lose. It depends on how much you have to fight him here. I like how the other 100 face got the cards here. Yeah, I should have given the battery to the other 100 face. Actually, every bit of the battery whiffed. We went overcharged by 130%, so it completely whiffed. And I would have gotten the stars either way. Yeah, I know. Tuna Can and Rama is one of the most egregious cases of like it not being fair that I've seen, because they're just so similar, and Tuna Can is just better. Outside of it, maybe just, you know, very specific, and I can't really think of any circumstance where Rama is better. At best, I can think of a Rama as like comparable, but I cannot think of any circumstance where he's better. That was a mistake. I just whiffed my buff success chance. Thankfully, landed all of the buffs anyway. I wish I had a taunt to switch in, or because he is sure hit, so. Maybe I should have art chained. That would have made it easy to MP again. I need it. God, we need like not Shakespeare, Mozart. I'm kind of pissed though that they haven't added any low stars lately, because there's just so many obvious low star roles that are missing. And it's like, why? You know, we don't have a single target caster. We don't have a lot of support types. We don't have anti-debuff removal. Just so many things. And you might say, oh, they want that to be a premium. It doesn't. That's not a really good reason, because, for example, how you make that a thing is if you have a low star, you make such a huge part of their kit being buff removal resistance. They don't do a whole lot else, right? And that's how you balance that. So, and yeah, the lack of a single target caster is just silly. And there's a lot of DPS types you're missing, for crying out loud. Wait, I can block his sure hit. I can block his sure hit with Fuma. Damn it. So I was throwing out all my evades there because I was like, I might as well use it on normal card damage, but that wasn't really accurate. 1 year and 4 months since the last 3-star? God damn. Yeah, I want like a quick support, a dedicated quick support. I want some kind of buff removal resistance, even if it's, like I said, highly budgeted. And then definitely more of a, just a lot of DPS types. And you can have a DP. Fuck, he did the defense up. That's why I didn't do buff block though, because I figured he was gonna cast something. Well, I guess the 100 face that already has their NP is the most important one. Baby heal. Yeah, there's quite a few like damage, like just card color types that we're lacking on DPS. And then DPS with their own niches. You know, we don't have a lot of piercing vulnerability. There's no one that has, you know, buff removal resistance, not for the team, but like just for themselves. You've got, you know, more survivability stuff, different team support, hybrid DPSs, things like that. All kinds of stuff. Not a lot of Buster R2, especially for single target. Well, I think that baby heal actually saved 100 Face's life there. Too bad she's probably gonna die. Got attack down and crit down, but I don't think that's enough to save us here. Please don't end the fight, though. Please don't end the fight. I want. Yeah, okay. Thank goodness. We might lose here, but I want an actual fight. Got really lucky on 100 face there. Oh boy, our back row is a giant waste of space. So I'm doing the non-support 100 face MP first. She'll give the art resist down to the middle 100 face because the middle 100 face has the other buffs to get even more MP gain. So I'm gonna get the loops. So 100 face makes this fight way easier because of her crit down. A big thing Lobo does is crit your face off, but her crit down is so large that I don't care. I mean, look how unoptimized this team is and we're beating his ass, so. Dude, I gotta say, I know 100 face is good because I've used her a lot and I've tested her a lot. I mean, she's in my videos constantly. I've used her grailed and ungrailed plenty. But I gotta tell you, I was impressed against Raiko and shooting there because that was with a 3-star craft essence, and that's with her teammates with 3-star craft essences. And that's a pretty damn scuffed scenario, and she just completely bodied Raiko on her own. Right? That's with a VC Brawn completely whiffing. A VC Brawn did nothing. He literally did nothing. His third skill was derivative, or was diminishing returns with her second skill, so it did nothing. You know, we got a lot of bad value on our team. So basically, the entire team did nothing but kill shooting, and in a very inefficient way. And it was just 100 face versus Raiko, and she wrecked it with a 3-star craft essence. She beat the shit out of it, right? That makes that fight pretty easy because it's not hard to dedicate your entire team to just killing shooting, right? And normally the tricky part is normally killing shooting and then having enough value to deal with Raiko. But 100 face is literally all you need, apparently. So yeah, she's really good. If anyone had doubt. Well, middle 100 face is surely gonna die soon, so maybe I should not have stacked the buffs like I did there. Maybe I should have done it the other way around and try to give the 100 face that was going to live the MP game. There it is. You could have killed that turn too. Don't worry guys, Ongra got this. That's our boy. Look at this MP drain. Oh man. Even more crit down. Over 100% crit down. So strong. I probably should have done her second skill. He's probably gonna kill him before he NPs. I'm actually sad that we're winning because this was such an unfun team because it's so stuff. We could have done all kinds of cool synergy with supports and cycling and stuff. Instead, we got a level 5 Romulus and pretty useless Hans. Wow, my back row is really not helping right now. Like, you guys are really throwing here. This setup would have been better if it was just like the 200 faces and like Fuma. That was it. That would have done better. How? I'm resetting. I know we're gonna win. We're clearly gonna win because the next the next hand is guaranteed to be all 100 face cards. And if one of them dies, there's less cards in the deck. Like we're gonna win. But I don't. This is so unsatisfying. Like it's stupid. Fuck you, deck. Fucking Romulus joins and shuffled every 100 face card into the third hand there. Okay, let's have an actual team. And then you can grail 100 face. That's what I was just talking about though was non-grailed 100 face. You can grail her, and it's really silly. Okay, what do I want to do? Wouldn't mind just doing a taunt. We could do Fuma for the buff block. That's fine. You just start with Fuma. That's not terrible. Might start with Mozart and just let him die quick, but then like at the start, just see if you can line up a good crit turn somewhere. You know, Emiya is not my favorite character, although I don't mind him. It does have really good music. It's like, really old song now, crazy old song now, but still really good. Yeah, that's the cleanup unit. There we go. What could go wrong here? That's the damage. Yeah, there we go. Get that quick up. Nothing gonna go wrong here. He could remove the defense up if he's got a big defense up at a bad time. You know, you can eat it. Maybe I should have put him in sooner because of that. Can remove debuffs. It's just the defense down. Heal's fine. Vulnerability's good though. Alright, we'll do that. Oh, real quick, just because it takes no effort, I should give 100 Face the buff success chance command code. Just remove some frustration that could potentially happen. So Aerie, what do you well, I guess everybody too, but I'm curious what Aerie's take is on the new costumes we've seen so far. Would you like, just for chat in general, would you, or any of those costumes would you use over their default? I guess that's a big one. Alright, where is the buff success chance command code? Game, please. I don't like the Mev one because it's so dull and it's the same. It's literally so similar to what she normally wears. It's the same color. She's just not. It doesn't have the gloves and boots. Like, okay, wow. So that one was pretty lame. I don't like Attila's because it also looks almost exactly like what she's wearing, and it also just looks dumb because what she normally wears is dumb. I think Nitocris's is good though. I'd probably use Nitocris's over her default. I think Serenity's is better than her default, although I'm not sure because she doesn't have the mask. Losing the mask, I think, is a pretty big hit. God, chat is going fast. Looks like a lot of people liking Nito. Yep, they're all gonna be female. I know, we could have gotten like some dudes in suits, man. I can't find the buff success chance command code. I'm just sitting here staring, and I just can't find. There it is. God damn it. Way too many command codes now. I mean, if people like Attila's, that's great. I just don't get why. It's so similar to what she normally wears. And if you like what she normally wears, I guess that makes a degree of sense, but you're not really getting anything new at that point, right? So, I don't really get it. Alright, let's see if the command codes just update if I start it. Like I'm not gonna go back, we're not gonna do anything, I'm just gonna start the stage. And let's see if that updates them. Yeah, that was such a good opportunity for suits, and they killed it. So I'm gonna really laugh at whoever the 3 servants are, though, that don't get costumes, because there's 15 and we're getting 12, so 3 people are getting scuffed. I would really like Serenity's, honestly, if it got the mask. That would be a massive upgrade, because hers is pretty whatever. Hassan's don't have the best fashion sense, I'm not gonna lie. Curse Arm's okay. I think Curse Arm pulls it off, especially in his stage 1. Stage 1 Curse Arm, I'm like, okay, this is pretty cool. But really only his stage 1. The rest of them, it's kind of... I mean, I guess you're not really expecting them to be fancy, though. I mean, they're assassins. They're not really, they shouldn't really be flashy with like their history and everything, so they work for what they are. Okay. This is not a great turn to use Mozart's Fritz, but he could die any second. He's pretty likely to live the first turn though, because he's got the evade. Although Mozart's very likely to take a lot of cards coming up. If I just take the crits while I got him, it's really not a great hand though. Oh well, we'll go with it. How many costumes left? I think it's what, 6? I think it's 6? Unless more were like released really recently, I haven't even seen them, but They did buff Hector. They buffed his first skill. Hector's been okay, actually. Like, the reason he's been in... I've been kind of forcing him into my videos recently a little bit, just because I wanted to use him, but he was making the cut. That's the thing. He was getting the job done, so... He does alright. I wouldn't mind them buffing him, though. That would be fine. Yep, the command code's updated without me doing anything. Do I use the art up just for gain? Because I think Mozart could die any second here. Yeah, they buffed Hector twice, actually. Right now, if you have to have an AoE archer and you gotta go budget, Hector's kind of the way to go, really. He's not on par with some of the other things out there, definitely not, but... I'd like to heal, but... Yeah, I'll heal. It's really good value this turn to do it there. Although her heal was right there, so maybe not. Having kind of a hard time getting our first NPs here. Our deck was shuffled kind of weirdly. It's quite bad, actually, that we haven't NP'd yet, because it's letting him crit. I might actually NP right now, even though he has defense up, just so I can get the crit down. Because critting is what gets you killed here. Maybe my first unit should have... Like, Mozart didn't do a lot there. Maybe I could have made it like a level 1 Leonidas with battery on death. That might have been better, just to get the ball rolling. Man, he is loving that defense up on the turns that I want to NP. Guess I'll wait a turn here. He's getting Tristan right now. You see, Tristan's actually the headless rider. His head is just in like the chest area, right? So it's a ruse. Man, George not having his defense up that entire time was pretty rough. Taking a lot of damage. Okay, now we get things going, I'm hoping. Yuri, why are you banning everyone? What? So I wanna, this is really off topic, but I did some real research. I knew this was gonna be eye cancer. I knew it was gonna be, but I did it anyway. Cause that's been like the meme, right? How people were going all boycott Genshin. So I decided to do some real honest like research and look into what, you know, started it and like what people are saying. And then like how people are responding. And it is so stupid. And it is such an example of like, I think like young people just getting wrapped up in social media and looking, this is such a mistake. This goes beyond Genshin Impact, right? Looking for evidence that supports what they want to be true. Like they get outraged first and then they look for what justifies it. And you fall into like a lot of dumbass pitfalls because you're trying to validate yourself, right? You're trying to vindicate what you've already said that you probably shouldn't have said, right? So like they're big points, you know, they said a bunch of stupid shit at the beginning, but the things that they like doubled down on are trying to, you know, say this is like good reason to boycott Genshin is, I think the biggest one is there was and this has been proven that this is what happened. Like people have shown screenshots and they've shown, you know, old footage and stuff. So in the beta for Genshin Impact, the flower seller used to be an adult woman, right? And then people complained that there weren't enough kids running around, so they just randomly changed her to a kid like last second. and there was random dialogue from not even in a quest, just some random NPC, just white dialogue, no voice acting, that just who said like they liked the, you know, the flower NPC, and I was like, oh my god, it's pedophilia. But it's obviously just an oversight because they changed the character model and they didn't even think about it because it's just filler text. I guarantee you that it's like an intern writes most of the filler text for the NPCs, and the person that made that dot text wasn't the person that changed the character model for the flower vendor. So they didn't even know. They obviously, it's such a throwaway line, right? It's just nothing, right? Like, who cares? And then they're trying to act like the hilly trolls are like some insult to Native Americans, which is just absurd, right? On so many levels. First off, they're not really based on Native Americans. They're just based on tribal culture in general, which surprise every race on Earth, you know, human race at some point in their history has been tribal. That's just humanity has been tribal. That's just that's in our history, and that's not bad. That's not bad. It's not a negative, right? It's not negative to be tribal. And it's not negative to make antagonists or protagonists or anything or a faction be based on humans or cultures in different eras, right? What are you gonna say? This enemy faction is using gladiuses and skirted armor. Oh my god, they're insulting Roman culture. Like, what? Like, it's stupid. Also, meanwhile, Healy trolls use giant, like, medieval battle axes and tower shields, but, you know, don't even go there. It's just grasping for straws, right? It's absurd. It's not even a bad thing if Hilly trolls were pulling at least somewhat from Native American culture. It's like, it's more interesting to make your cities, your factions, your environments and stuff sometimes to reference real life stuff. That's fine. And the fact that they're, you know, kind of antagonistic that's not, who gives a shit? Honestly, I think Hilly trolls are kind of awesome. They're one of my favorite factions in the game. And I think I talk about it all the time and how they're actually, you know, pretty cool. But like, they're just kind of generic tribal. You know, you have, if anything, I would say they're more, off the top of my head, I would think they're more inspired by like African stuff than Native American. I don't think they were even thinking about it too much, to be honest. Russians are bad guys in games a lot. That is definitely true. But it is okay for video games to pull off different cultures and stuff, right? And you gotta take it by case basis, right? Like, if a game is actually like saying things about things that are, it's, you know, kind of a shot at the real life counterpart, and, you know, trying to take you know, jabs at them, that can be bad. But I don't think they're doing that at all. And normally it's more like, oh yeah, we thought it would look cool if these buildings were based off Greek architecture. They're not saying fuck Greeks because these guys happen to be antagonists, right? Like, it's just stupid, right? It's just dumb shit. And yeah, it's basically people like virtual signaling and wanting to be mad about stuff, and then looking for reasons to justify it. Because it's obvious when you look at the people on Twitter, they don't even know what they're talking about. Like, they point to like that white text dialogue and they act like that's like some big part of Genshin Impact, you know? And it's like, oh look, it's just, it's stupid. And meanwhile, Genshin is one of the only games that has kid characters that are completely clothed and, as of right now, never sexualized, right? Which is quite nice. Yeah, it's just a coincidence that, like, again, if you're being honest about these things and you look into things, you're not gonna just see something and take it at face value and instantly jump off the rails and say, oh, it's this, and this. You're gonna go, well, what is? You're gonna give them the benefit of the doubt. You're gonna look into it. You're gonna investigate it. But a lot of people don't do that, especially when they're trying to justify outrage and stuff. So again, it goes way beyond Genshin. It's so common nowadays. I think people are just looking for, you know, reasons to justify their viewpoint that they already have. But that's enough of that. Puma's a nice support here, though, just in case you do have a turn where you're kind of low on the crit down. This is gonna look weird because I could cast my first skill, then use the Atlas and do the cooldown reduction, but I'm just gonna do it now. I'm whiffing kind of hard there. I'm whiffing one turn on the second skill, and I'm whiffing three turns of cooldowns for what I just did. So I'm not 100% sure that's worth it, but it's a good turn to cast this stuff. And we missed our buffs. Okay, maybe I should have done that then. Let's see. That. Well, I think people go. I see both, right? I see like a real knee jerk where people act like everything is okay and you know nothing is worth scrutinizing, or you know, because sometimes people do you know, sneak in nasty things in video games or do try to push things that they shouldn't and things like that. Sure, right? But yeah, there's both, right? There's a middle ground, right? And sometimes things are, you know, messed up, but a lot of times they're not, and I think people blow things out of proportion. My big thing is with a few exceptions, there are absolutely exceptions, but for the most part, I'm a big fan of, if you don't like something, don't try to forcibly censor it. By all means, say you don't like it and say why. That's fine. I don't like such a push for censoring things, because I think if something is bad, you kind of want it to you kind of want people to just be able to see it and be like, yeah, I don't like that thing, right? It's a good way for people to learn and contrast, and you know, if you try to whitewash everything, you know, we don't really go anywhere that way. Do I just heal here? Again, I keep healing when I got the heal command code, so it's not really worth. I probably should have done. I should have done Atlas on Fuma. Yeah, we're going kind of slow right now, and I think we could have really used that buff block. So yeah, I think that would have been right. I don't know. This is a mix of I'm making some mistakes, and we are getting very bad luck. Like the deck shuffle's been kind of weird, and he's been casting defense up a lot. But I definitely not. Oh, every time, dude. I think I have to NP here. Can I get away with just Fuma NPing? He's got the defense up. I don't think so. I'll use it on the next one. Fuma makes a lot of stars, but NP gain is good. But I've always had the mindset in my life that like I'm okay with having media or people or things around me that I don't agree with, because that's okay, and that's a good way to learn things, and that's a good way to, you know, one of the few things that will get me to, you know, be against something or whatever is if, you know, there's real ill intent there, right? Like if someone's trying to do ill, or, you know, like murder, right? You know, there's some real ill intent there. You know, and if someone's trying to, you know, make jokes in bad faith or things like that. But if someone just has like if they're like, you know, I want what's best for the world and people, and I think the best way to do that is X, and I don't agree with X, it's okay. It's like, relax. Their goal isn't anything to be upset about, right? So, and I don't have so much hubris to think I'm right about everything all of the time, right? Obviously, I believe what I believe because I think I am right. Like, you know, the logic lines up for me, but I'm aware that I could be mistaken. So it's okay to, you know, people can think other things. It's all right. It's like it's not the end of the world here. Oh yeah, Japan has all kinds of censorship. I mean, there's a lot of censorship in a lot of countries, I would say. It's actually kind of fascinating to look at, like, the different cultures that have bigger issues with X or Y, right? Like some countries are more hard on violence and some it's language, you know, or sex or what have you. It's kind of interesting just to see the. Okay, so back 100 face is the one that I do not want to get NP'd the most. That would be a catastrophe. So we'll do that. Actually, middle 100 face would have been the bigger catastrophe, because middle 100 face is going to NP next. So that was not right. Might as well have Fuma NP though, although I want the art card bonus. He gets the defense down. I'll take the defense down. Oh yeah, and gore. That's another. I guess violence and gore are kind of in the same category. Not quite though. That is always frustrating to me when you have an NP scenario and one NP has the overcharge, you know, that you want to put like first, or you want to overcharge the other NP, but then it's the wrong card color. And there's no way to make it like optimal, right? You're gonna have to cut. Something's gotta give, right? That's always bugs me. And you full health, invulnerability, fucking insta kill. He didn't even have his insta kill buff. Motherfucker, what a value shift. We had both our 100 faces were full health, by the way. After all this time, they were just going, right? That shows what I'm talking with 100 face, how 100 face has that long-term value. We were this far into the fight, they were both full health. And then she just dies because insta-death is an awesome mechanic, right? Really helps the player out. Too bad it's not so good on bosses, though. You know, how unfortunate. God damn it, man. Man, and we don't have our 100 phase NP. Don't you just love dying when you have invulnerability and you're full health and your counter classing? Don't you just love it, man? Great feeling that. Casting that now because Fuma's not gonna be around much longer. It's a shame though, because if he casts defense up, I could use Phantom to remove it, and that would be nice. But now if he casts defense up, it's going to be buff blocked, so Phantom won't do too much here. If the fight kept going, he could do it. Or if he cast it twice, I guess he could do it, but it's probably going to end here. And he got skill sealed. This is stupid. This looks like we're like down to the wire, but it's just because 100 Face got insta-killed at full health. Like, that's stupid. We should still have, like, most of our team here, you know, our back. I'm so salty about that, dude. The Fuma from the grave, by the way. You know what? Just in case he lives. No actions for him. Wasted my invulnerability. Wasted my cooldown reduction thing. I feel like we're winning by the skin of our teeth here, but we're not. Like we shouldn't be. It's stupid. I gotta say, Phantom is not great now. He really isn't. He's still very niche, but he's okay. At least he has that niche now. I have found, at least in budget. With non-budget, he almost has no use, but he's okay with budget. Sometimes buff removal is just what the doctor ordered, and sometimes so is stun. But a lot of times those things are useless too, so he's not a general use servant anymore. But he's got, I feel like his buff was better than Benkei's. I think Benkei's is just way too niche, because it's just not easy to get Benkei's in P, and you can't justify, like, what are you gonna do? Use waiver skills on Benkei? Or every time there's an art chain, you're gonna include Benkei instead of your DPS, right? It's not, it's just too, it's useful sometimes. It's not like Benkei's buff is useless, but I really don't think Benkei's buff is that good. I definitely think Phantom's is better. Oh, gender bending. I actually am really, though, against, like, I'm not against it, like, I'm offended by it, but I don't see the point, and I like, with Artoria, I don't mind it because, first off, they made, Artoria's not Arthur. Artoria is Artoria, and she's a unique character independent of what Arthur is. Obviously pulling from a lot of the stuff, clearly. And they still made Arthur. If they didn't make Arthur, it'd be kind of annoying, but because they have both, no problem, right? What I don't like doing is when, like, people do stuff as, like, if you want a good female lead character, that's great, no problem. If you want to make a story about a badass queen, no problem. But I think it's so much better to make a new character, right? Instead of like, oh yeah, if you want to make a cool female character, you got to leech off a male character. Like, just make an original character, for God's sakes, right? And I think the world needs more good stories that are new anyway, right? Like, we could use some new classics. That's where I think, like, Star Wars fucks up. Instead of making new iconic moments, they just go like, remember that old iconic moment that was awesome? Instead of doing something new, right? I'm gonna out myself as a boomer here, but like, for example, in like the Empire Strikes Back, the reason like the snow battle was so iconic was because it was unique, right? You got like the part where all the guys are running away and, you know, the big giant ants or elephants or whatever are shooting at them, right? You know, that's like a big iconic moment, right? And then they start copying that and like, remember that moment? Instead of making a new moment that's iconic, right? I feel like we do that a lot in media now, where it's like, instead of making a new thing that's good and interesting and blah 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 blah, we gotta take an old thing and change it to be more modern or whatever. It's like, come on, man, can we just, you know, make new stuff is good, right? New stuff is good. I like new stuff, but I'm not like offended. You know, Artoria does not offend me, right? It's just it's a thing. It exists. It doesn't, you know, it may not always be to my liking, but and by all means you can say why you don't like it, but I'm not offended by it. But Artoria is, though, probably the least egregious gender bend I've seen, just because it's not a cash grab. It's not like a late, I mean, it kind of is, because they literally did it for sales, but they even said so. But, you know, they didn't, it's not just a cash grab. It's a cash grab that they decided to at least, like, okay, if we're going to do this, let's do it right. You know, her being a female actually mattered. She's her own character. You know, it's different from Arthur. It has different pros and cons, and has, you know, differences in the backstory that are meaningful and interesting. And then they actually made Arthur, right? So again, they're not shafting the original story here. You know, they gave us both. Now, there are other gender bends that they do where they don't do that, and I don't particularly like that, especially when it's just weird to me. I do not understand this, because I don't think it has anything to do with politics. I don't think it has anything to do with sales. It's just weird. They'll do like Francis Drake, and they'll gender bend Francis Drake. Meanwhile, there is a very large number of actual female pirates that they could have. So I'm like, why though? I don't understand. It's because Francis Drake isn't even that famous anyway. So I don't know. It's kind of odd. I don't get the point of doing that stuff, right? Where they gender bend when they could have just. They could have just, you know, used an actual thing and based it off that instead, right? So I don't really get that. Yeah, Nero is actually one of my least favorite gender bends. At least she has an actual character and blah blah blah. Well, not anymore, but she did. But I don't like it because there's no reason for it. It's not interesting because of it. There is no, you know, regular version of Nero. They were just like, oh yeah, no, Nero was actually female this whole time. Y'all just thought it was male. It was just, history was wrong, lol. And then it amounts to nothing. It amounts to literally nothing. That's doing it really wrong, right? Like that's just lazy and dumb and if you wanted a character with the personality traits that they gave Nero and everything, you could have just made it a different character that was actually female, or make an OC, because dear God, there's a lot of OCs in Fate. I'm gonna be right back. I need water. Now, I may be being too harsh right now, and it's maybe generalizing too much, but I think part of why, like, a lot of times you'll see gender bends and things like that, especially in, like, you know, comic books and stuff these days, it's basically being a hack, where instead of, you don't have the confidence, they don't think they don't think if they make a new IP that it's going to sell. They don't think they're going to be, you know, be able to write a good character or whatever, where if they leech off something that's already popular, you know, then they like the brand recognition. They're trying to get, you know, sales off just brand recognition. And that's not unique, though, to just gender bending or whatever. That happens with, you know, you'll have games that are sequels to another popular IP, but they have nothing to do with that IP, and they're just using it for the name, right? That happens all the time. It's because they think, oh, hey, if we make a brand new video game and a brand new IP, it's not going to get as many eyes on the trailer and blah, 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 blah. You know, and it's just being a hack, right? I think that happens a lot, and it happens for all kinds of reasons. It's certainly, like I said, not unique to just those examples I just gave, but that's definitely a thing where people will change something from the past or expand on something on the past or gender bend or whatever simply because they think the brand recognition will, you know, be useful. which is not great. You know, that's not, there's no artistic integrity in that, but there's not a lot of artistic integrity in a lot of things, and you know, it is what it is. Okay, what are we even fighting right now? I would imagine these are trash mobs, but I want to try to not bring teams that are too stupid, just in case we do run into like a random boss we weren't expecting. So let's not be, you know, when in doubt against archers, just throw a lot of coups at it. You know, that'll do well. I might throw a level 1 taunt in here just to get an AoE in P. We have like no AoE on this account, dude. Like, we have so little AoE on this account. Because you don't, it's not necessary for, oh, we're looping. It's not necessary for most things. It's just like a convenience, so. Yeah, there's the music that fits this place. I'll be lazy. What could go wrong? Hey, look, we have 3 CEs that all have no impact on your damage output, and they have almost no attack stat, so you're essentially have no CE aside from the starting NP. Welcome to 3 stars. Craft essences are bad. Man, I tell ya, that event we were talking about earlier in the stream, the tower event, that just makes me want a, you know, a proper game mode for that kind of thing, dude. Shit. Imagine, like, you have a challenge tower that has, you know, fun floors like that with gimmicks and everything, and then, you know, maybe it changes once a month, or what, or they just add new floors every so often. You know, things like that I think would be really awesome. That flickering light in the background is driving me insane. Sadly, you know, this many years in and we don't get any new game modes. So. Okay, yep, getting NP on death would have been nice here. I swear, anytime I talk about anything like real life related, my chat just evolves into idiocy. Why did Protoku have to get all the NP gain? Why didn't I cast his first skill to stop his attack down spam? God damn it. What is this fucking stage? Well, I guess I'm NPing anyway. Sitting Master is pretty skill rank dependent because, how do I, okay, Ku, for example, you know, a big thing Ku does is he just has such good uptime on his skills, and like one skill buys time for the other, and so the shorter the cooldown the better. That you know, and it's like exponential, right? Because if both Guts and Evade are both lower cooldowns, you know, those are going to play off each other better. Sitting Master is kind of the same way now because we buffed his second skill. So, I mean, if you want Sitting Master to just be that disgusting, super strong saber, you're really going to have to level his skills because it's a big part of his toolkit, doing stuff like that, the attack down and the evade now. However, let's say he's 444 or 666 or whatever, he's still good. I mean, he still has perfectly solid damage and survival, and he's gonna be more straightforward and whatnot, but you know, he's just a good unit, period. And then he scales a lot though with 10-10-10. A lot of DPS though end up being pretty skill rank dependent. That's pretty common. There are some units out there though that it's not that big of a deal for sure, but I love that grenade animation. Oh, there's a back row. Boy, if I had known that, I would have changed my my game plan a bit. All these freaking attack downs. I think the main reason Protoku doesn't get any love is because it's from Prototype. I think that's the entire reason, and they're, you know, they're not sure what they're gonna do with Prototype. you know, his characterization's not as finalized and clear as regular Q's and stuff, and his abilities aren't, you know, fully known and those kinds of things. I think that's a huge part of it. And you can just see that kind of logic throughout FGO when servants are in that kind of limbo state. You know, they don't do a lot with them or use them at all until, you know, they are more finalized. Like, I think if regular Fate Prototype had a book or an anime and all that and was just done, I think Protoku would have already gotten plenty of attention by now. Like, the whole reason he's on the back burners because they don't know what to do with them and they don't want to mess it up. And I'm not sure Nasu has even decided what to do with them yet. So I really do think that's the deal. Because it's just, you see it all the time. I mean, look at how they handled APOC until the APOC anime was out. It's just, it's obvious, you know, come up with excuses not to characterize them clearly or not even to use their normal servant or class forms and things like that. Been holding on to Q's NP and he's pretty much gone around the wheel here. Expecting something tougher to show up here. Look, man, I've said this before, and I'm not gonna waver on this point, right? I'm not gonna cater to what my audience wants. Sorry, that's not gonna happen, right? I'm gonna talk about what I want to talk about. I'm gonna focus on what I focus. You know, some people don't like it. That's fine, and you're completely welcome to not like it. If you don't like my opinion on this topic, that's completely fine. But I'm not that streamer. I'm not gonna be the monkey that just does what chat wants all the time. And I'm not gonna, if I feel like I want to talk about something or I feel like something's important or not important, yeah, music is a little loud. I'm gonna talk about it, you know, that just is what it is. And that makes some people mad, that's fine, you're welcome to be mad about it, but that's not changing anytime soon. And I'm not gonna be like, oh, that's taboo, not talking about it. That's boring. You know, it's pretty core to who I am to, you know, think about these things and you know, talk about these things, so it is what it is. I've always felt like, you know, that mindset of just don't talk about politics or religion, like at the dinner table. I'm like, well, then you're not gonna talk about anything interesting. So, you know, part of it's because I'm not very thin-skinned, right? And I'm happy to get in the trenches, if you will, and figure things out and blah. And some people aren't, and that's fine. It's not an objective good or bad thing. But I am who I am, and I ain't changing. So, and I just think it's really ridiculous. I hate that mindset, right? Because I'm all about personal freedom. I'm all about, you know, you get to do what you want to do and I get to do what I want to do. I hate when people get that like, you know, guys, can we stop talking about this, right? If you don't want to talk about it, don't. That's fine, but don't rain on someone else's parade, right? That's selfish. That's I find that, like, I remember that would happen. Like, maybe like me and my brother would be, you know, getting into a topic, right? And, you know, maybe we're getting heated, but we're both ultimately enjoying it and both wanting to talk about it. And then someone not even involved in the conversation is like, can we talk about something else? It's like, fuck off, right? You know, it's like, I can't stand that kind of thing, right? And again, there's nothing wrong. If you're not wrong, if you're like, oh, I don't like confrontation or I don't like those kind of conversations, that's fine. Totally fine. No problem, right? But that's on you. Don't push that on everybody else, right? You know, if you're like, oh man, I don't want to get in this conversation, so you go do something else, or you go watch a different stream, or that's fine. That you know, more power to you, right? That is in, like, balls in your court, right? But they're trying to push that on other people and trying to make other people not talk about things that they want to talk about, but you don't want to talk about. Like, fuck that. That's ridiculous. And besides, I don't think you can be a successful streamer for the most part. I mean, this isn't entirely true. There's definitely streamers that are successful that are complete shills, but for a lot of the time, I don't think you're going to be very successful as a streamer if you try to, like, overly not be yourself, right? It doesn't really work, right? When you're streaming for hours and hours on end, your true self is going to shine through, you know, it's going to come through the cracks, right? Even if you're trying for it not to, right? And I think it's really damaging for your soul, metaphorically here. You know, it's really bad for you if you're trying to act. It's like if anyone that's worked retail, right, and has to smile when they're in a terrible mood and shit like that, you know what I'm talking about, right? So if you're trying to not be yourself and you're going out of your way to, you know, not behave like you would normally behave, it's not gonna work, right? It feels bad. It'll probably shine through anyway. Like, even if you're trying to hide it, it'll probably poke out eventually anyway. So yeah, I don't worry about. I don't dance on eggshells. I don't do any of that shit. Ironically, when people try to get me to stop talking about like something like that, it's more likely to make me keep talking about it, right? Because you're bringing up more aspects of it and things like that. You know, so trying to, again, censoring things doesn't work. What a concept. Well, I think there's a fine line. Again, nuance, right? I'm not extreme either way or another. There's definitely a time and a place, right? Like for example, if the chat is totally detached from what's happening on the stream and what the streamer is talking about, you kind of have to put a stamp on that because you know that's derailing the stream, and the stream is about the stream. Surprise, surprise. And there is also a degree of things that are just, you know, it's not the time and the place for it, right? Like there's not all topics are on the table at all times. Clearly not, right? Again, nuance. It's not black and white. You know, there is a time and a place for things, and there are times where, you know, chat just goes completely off the rails and is just being ridiculous and is just, you know, spewing propaganda essentially, right? And you know, that not gonna have any of that. So, you know, there's a fine line, and I don't think there's anything wrong with the stream. It's like, yep, no politics, no religion. That's fine. If that's what they want to do, totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. And again, that comes down to like a lot of people. That is their true self. They don't want to have that discussion in public and blah 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 blah. They just want to play video game or you know, painting or whatever. And there's literally nothing wrong with that. But again, for me, it comes down to personal freedom, right? It's respecting your own personal freedom and other people's personal freedom. And I think a lot of people are shit at that, and they not intentionally, but they try to like shove their own, you know, morality or their own, you know, comfort zone on everybody else. And I'm not a fan of that kind of thing. Okay, I don't remember any caster bosses in this entire singularity, at least of note. Let's see, there's Berserker with Phantom. That's gonna be kind of soon-ish. So I don't want to walk into that and have like the wrong team. And there's Yan, but that's a bit later. I'm just trying to think if there's any bosses I'm about to like stumble into and run everything. That should be fine. I mean, double Ushi's, I'm sure, even if it is a proper boss, we should be good. I think if a streamer wants to change the subject, they're completely welcome to do that. Like, I'm not trying to like a dictator here, but I think this is just, it is what it is. There is a bias or an unfair level, but it should be that way. Like, the streamer gets to dictate the environment because it's their stream. It's like if you have a house, you get to dictate what happens in the fucking house, right? Like if I'm in my house, right, my fucking house, and like a friend comes over or two friends come over and they start, you know, going at it and are bothering me, I can tell them to shut the fuck up or leave, right? Because it's my house, right? But I don't get to go to their house and tell them to shut the fuck up, right? Totally different. And so, you know, how I see it is like the stream is the streamer's house, right? And if they're not okay with the X conversation or whatever, they get to say yes or no. You know, chat doesn't. They don't. And that's fair. I don't think that's unfair. I think that is fair because it's again, it's the same thing as like being in someone's house or whatever. Now there are some forums or environments where it's more like being in public, right? Where it's nobody's house. And then it's like equal footing, right? And that's different. But I don't think a stream is the same as like being in public. It's not. And it certainly is not when you're literally in someone's house. Yeah, it's kind of like wanting to come to someone's house and get to paint their walls. It's like, no, you don't get to do that. Yeah, I see people that act like chat should have the same rights as streamer. No, you don't, and that's okay, right? Like and when I'm in someone's chat, I'm okay with that. When I'm not the streamer, I'm totally okay with like, yep, it's their rules. It's like, you know, what they want, you know, in terms of like what's okay in chat and what's not okay in chat. Because I've been in streams where there's a no cursing rule, and that's fine. It's totally fine. It's their fucking chat, and they don't. I swear like a goddamn sailor. I'm swearing right now, right? But if I'm in someone else's stream and they don't like swearing, that's fine. And you know what? If I'm like, wow, I'm so not okay with that. I don't want to censor myself. I don't want to think about not saying damn or whatever. Then I'll just leave the stream. It's fine. I'm not gonna tell them you gotta change your rule. You gotta allow swearing here. No, if they don't want swearing, they don't want swearing, and that's fine. Because again, it's their house, and if I'm in someone else's house, I'm not gonna tell them how things should be done. And if I don't, here's the real difference, though, right? You gotta also, on the flip side, if it's your house and someone wants to swear and like, oh fuck, fuck it, I'm out of here. You can't complain because they leave, right? You can't have your cake and eat it too, right? If your rules are gonna be too stingy or whatever, and people are like, yeah, I'm out of here, you can't be like, well, why are people leaving, right? People are allowed to leave, anytime they want. Because that's your freedom as a viewer, right? You get to join or leave at will. It's just like if you're in someone's house, unless they're kidnapping you, 911, but, you can leave someone's house at any time. But yeah, that's just always been my mindset. It's like, my control over things I keep to myself, and like, if I don't like a party, I leave the party. I don't tell them to change the party. I don't ever go to parties, by the way, so kind of a weird analogy. Well, a few times when I was younger, right? Because, family, holidays, and I guess those are parties. And when you're younger, you don't have, like, control over your life and those kinds of things, but, Oh yeah, no, my cat is age restricted, so obviously a lot of people get around that anyway, but that's out of my control, so I'm not even going to try to police that kind of thing. And sometimes people get around it with their parents' permission too, and then like because their parents are okay with swearing or whatever. It's just it's not my the best due diligence I can do is the restrictions that are naturally there, and then the rest of it's on their parents, not me. So yeah, my stream's age restricted. Although I don't even get a choice in that actually. Twitch would enforce that if I liked it or not. I actually don't know what the age gate is. I don't actually know. Because it's universally, I would imagine because of my swearing, it's probably not super high, but I don't even know, to be honest. I looked once and I forgot, for sure. Okay, well, they're all dead, so that was easy. Back on to FGO though, I was looking at, boy, this is one hell of a shift in topic, but I was looking at this today, actually. I was looking at the last few months of like earning reports. Now, I really gotta stress this. Earning reports, people act like they're super, oh my god, 100% accurate. They're not, because they're generally based off purely the numbers that Apple and Google Play have. That is normally not the full picture. It's just not. There's a lot of other forms of monetization, and sometimes people use alternate ways of paying for things, and like with PayPal and things like that. And then like with Genshin especially, you've got PC. The PC stuff is just not tracked by those things. They're tracked by some things, but they're not normally publicly available. It's more like tracked by the company, not the public. So a lot of this is just a fact. A lot of earnings reports and things like that are not completely accurate to what games are making. And I have to say, especially in Genshin Impact's case, because of the PC version. And a lot of people play the PC version, right? And like, I do the $5 a month thing, and sometimes I buy the Battle Pass. I don't always buy the Battle Pass, but I do the $5 a month thing. And I do that through PC, and I do that like through PayPal and stuff. So that's not tracked. So there's a lot of money for Genshin that's not being tracked, and for some other games too. Anyway, so I was just looking at like the last few years really, but especially the last few months, but I was looking back a good bit for like the earning reports for, FGO, Genshin, and all the other, games, like that. I always forget the name of it. There's this one like Chinese game that does so well that no one even like talks about because it's not really relevant in like NA, but it's like, I cannot remember the name of it, but it makes like the top money all the time. I always forget the name of it. Anyway, FGO's been fucking up, man. I tell you, they're losing to Pokemon Go right now. And sure, I mean, Pokemon Go is kind of maintained a, presence, right? People act like it completely has died and it's not relevant anymore. That's not, you know, it's been relevant ever since, right? It's not, oh my god, you know, Pokemon Go is not half the, like, you know, money maker that it was when it first came out. I think it might, yeah, Honor of Kings, something like that. I think it's got a different name in different regions or some shit. But yeah, that's a top earner a lot, and it has been for a while. But yeah, FGO's been losing to Pokemon for quite a while lately, so... Yeah, no, during a pandemic too. It's just, I think FGO is just... They have done such a bad job of keeping... I say this all the time, but they just have not kept up with the times. They've done a pathetic job of keeping up with the times and adapting to the environment and finding... Most games now have multiple streams of revenue, and that's just basic business. That is basic business. You know, you sell costumes, but you don't sell them in the gacha. You don't double dip on the same monetization model. That's stupid, right? You know, most games now sell costumes for a set price. You know, they might have a lot of games are aware a lot of people are not gonna whale. They're just not going to. They're not going to. But you want to offer them something, so they do the subscription model, right? They go, okay, you spend $5 to $10 a month, and you get way more boom for your buck for that, you know, $5 to $10 than you would otherwise, and it's like super value. The whales will buy it too, and then a lot of people that won't spend money on the game otherwise will buy it. Stuff like that, it just makes sense, right? And you know, FGO just doesn't do any of those things, and FGO doesn't innovate in any way. You know, Genshin innovated in that they put the you know, the whole mobile model on a regular open world game, right? FGO can't even be bothered to add a goddamn boss rush mode, and they don't even have story replay, right? It's crazy, and so I think it's really catching up to FGO because man, they're really starting to struggle on like the charts, man. Like sometimes they're not even in the top 10. They're generally in the top 10, but a lot of times they're not. I tell you though, Genshin is an insane success though, because again, Genshin is normally in the top 3. A lot of times it's not number 1, although it has been number 1 several times, but a lot of times it's in the top 3, but that's without its PC earnings. That's literally with just the money from the app, right? Like from the Google store and from Apple, and they have no way of tracking the PC stuff. And the fact that they're in the top 3 without that, that's nuts. That's just nuts. I was looking at the earning reports for... Yeah, I'm shocked they've done a monthly thing too. It's optional. It's not, I don't think it's money grubby at all. If it's a free-to-play game, it's not money grubby, and normally they're like great value. They're like, oh yeah, if you bought SQ, if you spent $5 on SQ, you know, you'd get X amount, and if you do $5 for the subscription, you get way more, right? So it's not money grubby at all, right? It's no problem. So it's again, for a free-to-play game. If it was a pay-to-play game, it'd be different, but same for paid skins. You know, buying skins is completely legit and fine if it's a free-to-play game. It's beyond me we don't have paid skins. And what really blows my mind though, I saw this, I've seen this on the Genshin Reddit, and I've seen this on the FGO Reddit. People are so against paid skins. They don't see the value in it. They act like, oh my god, no, I only want skins if they're free. What a dumbass mindset. I want my free-to-play game to have free skins. I also don't want my game to make any money, so they can't pay for development costs. Like, hello? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And obviously, if skins are paid, you get more skins. You get, and better skins. It's good for everyone. Like, it's good for us. You need the game to be successful. But so I was looking at the total earning of all mobile games, not a monthly thing, just the total money games have made. And Genshin, even though it's only been out for like 6 months, it's in the top 30. And if you look at everything else in the top 30, you know, they've been out for like 5 years. And Genshin is already starting to get in that bracket when they've only been out for 6 months. And also they're not tracking the PC sales. So Genshin has just been such a success. I mean, they've been such a success. What I want to see though out of Genshin is how are they going to transfer that success? Because, so FGO started as a tiny company making a game that they did not think was going to be very successful, and they had very little experience, and it just blew up out of nowhere, and they weren't ready for it. And they did not handle it very well. I think very obviously they did not handle their success very well. Genshin, not quite the same, because they do have a lot of experience. They were a developer that had experience from past games and projects and stuff. They're small developer, and, you know, they weren't, you know, anything on the map, but, you know, they have experience. They also were making a game that they did not think was... They thought, you know, it was going to be successful, but they didn't think it was going to be, you know, anything like it was. And now I want to see, well, how are they going to transfer... How are they going to handle that success? Because we haven't really seen it yet. because, you know, they started hiring new staff and new artists and things like that pretty quickly. Pretty much as soon as Genshin blew up, they started hiring new staff and that kind of thing. And a lot of that you're not going to see the fruits of that labor for a while. It's going to take a while for that to, you know, kind of hit the pipeline. But so I'm interested to see is Genshin able to, you know, take the success and run with it, or are they going to trip and fall all over themselves and, you know, fuck everything up? So we'll see. I mean, I don't think FGO's fucked everything up, but I think FGO's... I hate to be this critical on FGO, but I think FGO's fucked up almost everything that has to do with the DW side of things and the financial side of things. I don't think FGO has fucked up on, you know, the voice acting, the voice directing, the art, the music. I think all that stuff they've done just fine with. But the fundamentals when it comes to, you know, safety nets, game modes, you know, quality of life updates, you know, rate of content. And I don't mean rate of new characters. I think the rate of new characters, if anything, is too fast. I mean rate of just, you know, new boss fights, new game modes, new things to fight, you know, innovative events, and that or just events at all. You know, the rate of that content is unbelievably slow in FGO, and it's weird when you fucking Epic 7 does shit faster. That aspect of FGO, I think, has just been an absolute train wreck. I think from the beginning to now, just the whole time, it's been a complete train wreck. I think they've always managed things very poorly, and just listening to the leaks that came from DW employees talking about, like, you know, how they, like, need resources for a new game, and how they pulled resources off FGO for the new game, but the new game's a flop. You know, it's like, their management seems like garbage, and I'm not trying to hate here, like, I'm not trying to personally attack anyone that works at DW, but it's just hard to deny that, you know, structurally they clearly have problems. And when you compare, you know, the proof's in the pudding. You go, oh, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but like fucking Epic 7, a game that makes way less money and is way smaller, puts out, you know, content way faster than they do. They put way more effort into the new characters in terms of like the art going into their sprite work and stuff. And, you know, 6 years and we've got no, you know, permanent game modes to speak of. I mean, that's just absurd, right? And when it doesn't make sense. There's clearly management problems in DW. I think that, again, I'm not trying to like attack them here, but you have to be crazy to not notice when you compare it to other games in the industry at large to be like, oh yeah, no, DW's smooth ship, no problems. It clearly isn't. I mean, God, that new game, dude, that new game of theirs, and like how badly that's been going. That clearly something is wrong here. So I did the attack buff to the Ushi that's not a support because they have a high level craft essence, and we're hitting the higher health chimeras the more likely. Fuck! Oh! Fuck! Fuck! This is why we're not kid friendly, by the way. I should have done Buster and PNP. The Buster crit probably could have fixed that. Well, that is not good, because this Chimera is going to kill us pretty quick. Shit. Well, time to do 200k somehow with normal cards. I guess Alexander's our best hope because he's the closest to getting his NP, and even though he's AoE, his NP is better than nothing. You couldn't have fit there. No, don't worry, guys. It's fine. It's not like he's going to kill all of us. You know, it's just take your time. It's no big deal. I don't think I can charm this, but yeah, okay. And then Ushi gets all the cards. Fantastic. Guys, he's only level 40. What are you scared of? He's just level 40. No big deal. As he normal attacks for 3k. See, now I could have done this skill and removed the buff, but I messed that up. Watch Alexander die here. Just watch him get his NP and die here. Why is the new DW game doing badly? Because, I mean, it's shit. First off, it has, like, no marketing. They made a game based around what was popular 5 years ago. That's the same reason the BlazBlue game is doing terrible. Like the BlazBlue game is a fucking nothing burger. That game is doing so bad. It's never in the charts ever. That thing's a joke. And it's because literally everyone thinks FGO is popular because it's using the business model from 5 years ago. That's not why it's popular. It's popular because it's Fate. And then you have games from DW that are copying themselves, and they're copying the business model from 5 years ago, and oh look, it doesn't work at all. And then you have BlazBlue, like, oh, FGO was really popular. Because the BlazBlue games started in development a long time ago. It started in development when FGO was the champ, when it was on top of the world, right? And so they started making it way back then, and they started copying and using that kind of business model. But that business model is so outdated, and it's such a piece of shit, right? Right, of course it's not, every time a mobile game comes out with that archaic business model, and none of them have done well, none of them. I just laugh. It's just like, you fucking idiots. It's like no industry awareness, right, at all. You know, meanwhile, Genshin did something new and innovative, and oh look, that's the one that gets to be really successful. No shit, Einstein. And now everyone's trying to, now there's a bunch of games in development that are all copying Genshin Impact, but again, not because it's new and original, because they're like, oh, we gotta make an open world game. I like how our team is just, oh, thank you, Angra. Oh, thank you. You're totally you're gonna save the day. He's got him, guys. Avengers do so well against Berserkers, right? Because they get their, they got the higher base damage mod, and then when they're counterclassing, they do so good. Stop I'm not insulting him. He's great, guys. Such a strong free-to-play Avenger, right? How nice of DW to give everyone a free-to-play Avenger. So good. That crit down, exactly! At least our back row is protecting Ushi. That's like the only saving grace here. Why does he have 3 actions per turn, and why did I not cast Guts? Because I needed 1 more turn. I didn't think he had 3 actions per turn, by the way. Thank you, Evade. We got it. This was such a mess. That NP blunder. Look how many turns because of that NP blunder it took. Why doesn't the back button let you take a turn back? Like, Fire Emblem, doesn't Fire Emblem do that now? I'm not actually advocating for that, by the way. It's what they call a joke. Well, I mean, Angra got the voice line, so I gotta start bringing better team comps, dude. I'm gonna start losing to stupid shit like that. That's because I'm so desperate to get Angra Bond. He's got a long way to go for Bond 10, man. No, I want the BlazBlue game to do well because I love BlazBlue to death, but that game is a shit show. Oh my god, I saw a video. This guy trying to say why you should play BlazBlue instead of FGO, and his big reason was because in BlazBlue they've implemented like some servants, and they're not servants in that game. Some characters have skills that change their deck, right, to the card color that syncs up with them. That's the reason it's better. And he's like, FGO is that now, but like only on a few characters. And I'm like, what? Like that was his big thing. He's like, yes, this game's very similar to FGO, but it's improved on FGO. That's what he said. He's like, the game's improved on FGO in several areas, and that was his example of why it's improved on FGO. And I'm like, you've got, dude, I am so biased in BlazBlue's favor. I wanted that game to be good. That game is shit. It is awful, and it has potential, but they've completely wasted it. It is the most brain-dead fucking game ever. You have no reason not to just mash the same character button over and over again. That game is so fucking brain dead. It is infinitely more brain dead than FGO. And FGO's got really good boss fights where you really have to use your head and stuff. It does not have that. That game is just grinding for the sake of grinding and has one of the worst. That combat system is a joke. And it's a shame because that combat system could be awesome. That combat system could be super awesome, but it's not. Oh my god, it's not. It is so much more brain dead than FGO. That is so like delusional to be like, oh yeah, it's improved on FGO. That's like spoken by someone that has no good understanding of FGO's mechanics or BlazBlue's mechanics. So, like, that's such an arbitrary criteria. But yeah, I was so biased in BlazBlue's favor. I'm like, nope, this game's bad. Again, there's potential there, but it's that game, like the combat system just incentivizes you to just be a brainless monkey, and being a brainless monkey works for all of it. All of it. Now, to be fair, you know, you can be a brainless monkey in FGO for a lot of stuff, but absolutely not the main story fights when you get to the big boy stuff, like not even close. You're not gonna monkey mode, especially if you're not a whale. You can always whale things, but every game ever. But even then, though, even as a whale, you're gonna have to not monkey mode everything. But you know, Lee, you know, Zeus, you know, Gwen, even, you know, there's just so many. I can't even name them all the boss fights. You're gonna have to at least, you got to try some, you know, way more than you ever had to try in BlazBlue. And then all of the challenge quests, every challenge quest. I've heard there's a Tom and Jerry Gacha, but I don't understand. I think it sounded like it was just a collab, and like the collab added Tom and Jerry stuff, but I don't know. I didn't really look into it. Maybe it is just a full-blown Tom and Jerry game for some reason. I'm bringing Curse Arm just in case this stage is more trouble than I'm thinking. I'm really overestimating how helpful this is going to be. By the way, Tom is way better than Jerry. Jerry's a freaking invader. Tom is just trying to protect the home, dude. That's what a cat's supposed to do. Like, if you have a mouse or cat, why would you want mice running around in your house? Oh, fuck, it's a boss! Damn it! There's way more I mean, this is a good thing, but there's way more bosses in this than I remember. Draining our health. That's a mechanic. I'd be better off with higher starting NP, which is kind of set up. If you get your NP right away and have the art up from outstart for the NP, that would be good. Maybe I should have done my art up for my skill there, and Leonidas would have been better than Fuma. Well, not necessarily, we'll see. Don't you fucking... You little shit. I like how he did attack up his first action, so that all his other two attacks both had the attack up. And that was Buster too, so I let him one-shot him. Well, that's not great. The only good thing about that is I get the crit down to hold me over until 100 Face gets her crit down. Maybe I should have buff blocked so that couldn't happen and then done Atlas so he gets it back. I would love to no, let's do this heal. We'll do that. That way I can just have art up, maybe, and then NP gain up. Now, save the attack up for when you have art defense down or any of that nonsense. He does have the defense up though. I really don't like NPing here, but I gotta get the ball rolling. So I don't know why my chat's talking about Mario, but I would just like to point out that between the whole Sonic versus Mario debate, I'm like, I don't like Mario or Sonic. And I don't mean the IPs, I mean the characters. Who the fuck cares about Mario or Sonic? Right? Like Luigi, Bowser, right? You know, Boo, Shy Guy, that's the good shit. Right? And in Sonic, you have like Metal Sonic. Metal Sonic is way better. He's like cool, right? And you get like Robotnik. He's way better. Who the fuck likes Sonic and Mario, right? Like Luigi, man. That's the good shit. And you got the green Shy Guy. That's the cream of the crop right there. Luigi actually has a personality, exactly. See, Ari knows what's up. Do I have to just keep NPing when the boss keeps using defense up? I guess so. Do I attack up here to try to offset it, or do I wait for a more optimal time? I think we wait for a more optimal time. I actually do kind of like Waluigi. He's kind of fun. And Boo's cool, King Boo's cool, right? Like, everything, there's so many things that are cooler than Mario in the Mario universe, and there's so many things cooler than Sonic in the Sonic universe. They're so vanilla, right? And some people like vanilla ice cream, but we call those people bastards. But, you know, there's more flavor, there's a lot more flavor out there. Okay, here's a good time for the attack up. I would love to do my heal. That would be like the worst time to do that, so... just don't kill me, forehead! I also... I saw something really disturbing recently, and I was talking to my friend Kai about this. So you'll have like the Sonic games that stop being bad for a little while. Like they made Sonic Generations that was pretty good, and they made Mania that was really good, at least for the 2D style. But then they made, you know, Forces, which was just a terrible game. But then you look at the sales. Sonic Forces sold in like the first, like a pretty small, I don't remember how, the first 2 weeks maybe. It sold over 4 million copies. And it's because all the idiot kids with no standards bought it. It's just like, well, there's no point in making good games anymore. Sonic Forces sold over 4 million copies. I'm like, what? We're like, Sonic Generations sold like 1 million. So it's like, yeah, that's why they always make bad Sonic games, because apparently these sell better. So, yeah, that's kind of disheartening. Because I've seen people like, why do they keep like fixing the franchise and then making it bad again? That's why. Okay, so let me think. 100 face in the back might be able to face tank it. He's got the attack up though. I don't think we actually can face tank it, and we don't have the attack down. So 2 people will be allowed. Okay, let's do that. I guess we save 100 face. I'm sorry, Fuma, it's just 100 face is really good, so hopefully he just doesn't MP 100. Oh god, don't insta-death me again. Don't fucking, let's not be in that timeline. Oh boy. I'm doing the non-crit last because of the Star Gen buff. I swear he has had defense up every single turn though. Not again. Not again. Well, doesn't even matter because he NP'd the only guy. Well, the only guy, but the only one that didn't have evade. Although I guess 100 face is technically all genders because of, you know, she's not like the main one. There is like no main persona really. Although they've kind of just changed that. She is pretty much the main persona now. They've just gone with that. There's, you know, it's not really just for waifu reasons. I'm sure that's part of it, but I don't think that's even the main reason, because she's actually not that popular as a waifu at all. It's because it's too hard. It's to animate all of the Hassans, right? We saw it in Fate Zero, and you'll probably never see it again ever. Yeah, that's the main reason. It's a lot easier to have like the one you focus on, and then a bunch of other generic ones that you know, don't have to be as animated or as you don't have to have the personalities fleshed out and that kind of thing. That's such a disservice to the character though, but it's one of the hardest characters to animate ever, so, you know, what are you gonna do? We have not even broken the first health bar. Not enough. Damn it. I want an NP though to apply crit down. This HP drain is really adding up. Like over time, it's a good bit. I guess we just try to loot. She doesn't have 2 art cards though. Just crit forehead. I'll really give Nintendo credit though. Their business sense is trash. It's actually some of the worst business sense I've ever seen. Their IPs are so strong, and their game design with Mario is brilliant. They have understood how to keep up with times, stay classic, and how to innovate. Like they're great at that. Mario games, from a gameplay perspective, are brilliant. Even if I don't like them personally, sometimes they're very well made. Their business sense is some of the worst I've ever seen on the planet, but you know, what are you gonna do? Something I subjectively don't like though about recent Mario games, and I really want to know if anyone else can articulate this better than me, or just knows what I'm talking about, or even agrees with me, because I feel like they don't. But the aesthetic, especially in recent Mario games, I just hate it. I don't know how to describe this. They basically, it feels like they have really weird environments that are really flat, and are have a completely different aesthetic to the props. They have really almost modern environments that are really flat, and then there's Mario props on them, and I hate it. Like Mario Odyssey, I fucking hate the aesthetic in it. The gameplay's fine and everything, and it's great, and the Mario props look good. When you see a Shy Guy or whatever, you know, they look fine. But the environments look crap to me. They keep doing this overly. It doesn't look like older Mario games. When I look at Mario Sunshine and 64, you know, because Mario 64 was very classical Mario but in 3D, and then Sunshine is very classical Mario but with a gimmick and this, you know, tropical setting. But it's still very Mario, right? And then so when I look at 64 and Sunshine, I'm yes, this is very Mario. This aesthetic makes a lot of sense and it really fits the series. When I look at Odyssey and that 3D one that they put out that came with Bowser's Fury and whatever, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look Mario. It looks like you have Mario props being pasted onto a very bland, I don't know how to describe it, but it's universal. I see it in every 3D Mario game now that they put out. It's just the same kind of flat, kind of mixed with modern, you know, almost, you know, IRL kind of. I just hate it. I absolutely hate it. And I've seen it in literally every game. I feel this way in every game, and I just don't feel that way at all when I look at their, you know, some of their older games, right? I think I don't mean old as in the really, really old 2D games. I mean 64 and Sunshine and stuff. And yeah, that's my biggest gripe with Mario. You know, again, their gameplay's fine. You know, it's great. But yeah, I've had a real beef with their aesthetics. But when I mean aesthetic, though, I have to make the distinction. I don't mean their universal aesthetic with you know, their enemy designs still look fine. They still like Mario. You know, Shy Guy looks like Shy Guy. Goombas looks Goomba. Koopas looks like Koopa. Koopa Troopers a boss. You know, all that stuff's all fine, and I don't think they haven't messed any of that up. Yeah, Paper Mario for the most recent Paper Mario doesn't. It does kind of have that same thing I'm talking about, but the older Paper Mario games and yeah, some of those handheld games I've seen. I've never gotten to play any of those, but those actually look awesome. Are those emulator? Because I have a DS, but I have no idea how to stream it, and I don't even want to go there. But is that an emulated thing yet? Some of those older Mario, Luigi games? Because I might try those sometime on stream. Because those do look pretty cool. Alright, we'll go with the 100 face that has the 100% crit chance to go second. But the other 100 face has the art up and the NP gain up. 70% chance to crit versus 100 though. I mean, when has that ever been a problem? Yeah, I've heard that, Ari, and I've seen a few clips of them, in YouTube videos and stuff. But I've never sat down and really like looked at them or played them at all. But I've always wanted to, and a lot of my friends that I actually trust, that actually have good taste, have said it's good. So yeah, I'll check that out at some point. Damn it, we didn't crit. 70%. You have betrayed me. I'll never forgive you for this. Man, look, I'm getting so punished right now because other 100 face gets a Brave Chain. If I picked their card and they got an art crit and then they do this, he probably would have had their NP now. Oh yeah, they would have had their NP by now. He loves that defense up. This fight would be so much harder if you didn't have crit down, by the way. Like, it would be so much harder. I wonder if that can kill, or if it takes you to 1. I gotta say, for the 1 to 3 star account, if 100 Face didn't exist, if we had something more like, dude, this is why casters suck. If this boss was exactly the same, but was an if this everything the same, all the gimmicks were the same. If this boss was an assassin, just get out of here. Oh my god, it would be so hard. This fight would, for at least the 1 to 3 star account. Like, it would be a nightmare. Where this is nothing. You know, I'm beating it first try. I didn't optimize the team. You know, it's no big. I mean, sure, I'm having to be a little bit optimal. I'm having to think about what I'm doing. I'm not just completely face rolling it, but there is just no caster equivalent to what 100 Face gives you. It's just not at all. And so if this was an assassin, this would be really hard, actually. We soloed, I think, one of the different dogs. I don't remember which one. I think maybe it was the first one. I don't know. I know we did one of them. Asclepius stall pog. Well, at least he's got the guts. This is kind of how I feel about the modern Mario aesthetic. It's like the world and a lot of the like objects that aren't like very, you know, classic Mario things that are being put into it are like generic Unity assets, and then a bunch of Mario stuff is being dumped into it. Like, somebody made a 3D sandbox in like generic Unity assets, and they dump Mario assets into that. That's what it looks like, and that looks awful. Like, it stands out to me so much. It is such a turnoff for me for modern Mario games, just how bad the games look. Even though the gameplay is really well designed and everything, and again, I like the character designs and the enemy designs, all that stuff is fine. Like, here's another game I can compare it to, where you just see a real difference. So I originally said Mario 64 and Sunshine, and I think that's a really good example, where I think those games just fit way better. But then you also have all the Mario Party games, like the old Mario Party, you know, one through maybe 5. I don't know when they started adopting the more newer look. 6 was probably fine too. But you look at all those Mario Party games, like look at the Bowser, you know, the Bowser mini games in Mario Party 5, where you get kind of a look at, you know, Bowser's castle and everything. It's got a certain aesthetic to it and everything. You know, it just feels like Mario, and it fits in with 64, and it fits in with the art design of the characters, and Luigi's Mansion. Look at Luigi's Mansion and stuff. You know, those games all feel very Mario. The world and the environments sync up very well with like Goombas and Koopas and Bowser and all these things, where the fucking modern ones just don't. Dear God, like, they don't sync up at all. The stream stopped working at the mention of Unity, yeah. By the way, FGO is a Unity game, by the way. Oh great, it's an assassin stage. Please don't be Yan. Please don't be Yan. I'm gonna have to actually take that seriously. And and normally that's good, but not when it's an assassin. Just fucking assassin bosses, man. Just end me. I have not seen the art in the newer Luigi's Mansion, so. But it wouldn't surprise me if it looks completely different aesthetic-wise to the original, which I think would, you know, be in line with what I'm talking about. In case this is Yan, there are trash mobs for Yan, and I want to say they're archers, so this should not be that. I'd like something that can support what Babbage does. There we go. I wish these were both 10-10-10. We'd be fighting you and Horsebindo right now if that was the case. Hey, Ongar gets bond bonus. Nice. It's actually super good for us. Try to get some real crits going here. I don't even know why Mario started getting that aesthetic. It's weird. I don't know why they suddenly started doing that. Like, kind of just happened out of nowhere in like the modern era, and I wonder if it is for time saving or something. Because I'd imagine making the environments in like Mario Party and Sunshine and all that probably took a hell of a lot of effort. But yeah, I wonder if it was I wonder if it was an artistic choice where they just think it actually does look good and fits Mario better, or if it's just like a weird time saving thing that they're trying to make work. Because I've seen them use that aesthetic in some of their other games too that aren't even Mario. So, I don't know, man. Oh, it's literally just these three enemies and nothing else. I think we're heading towards Phantom stuff then. I think that's what we're going towards here. Well, we'll just get our NB and pretty much win right there. You know what, just click all the buttons. It's gonna be really short, so just get all the value. Yeah! Look at that, 50 stars! They'll make 60 stars when they're 10-10-10. Probably should have done the Buster art just to show off the damage, but I just want to get the MP here and win. This is why they're gonna be good at 10-10-10 though against you. Just crits and MPs and all that good stuff. Let's see what we can get done here. Come on, attack up, attack up. Saw something miss, but it's not attack up, so I don't even care. Well, it almost worked out. I wonder how much damage that would have done at 10-10-10. Because our attack up would be bigger and the MP up would be bigger. So I suspect he actually would have killed them all if he had them. Dude, I want a badass foreigner. It doesn't have to be a guy. Now this is purely subjective. I do think a lot, for me personally, I find more male designs have like the badass vibe than female, but that's completely subjective. And I absolutely have seen female designs that are, you know, super badass. So I think if you're going to go with like, you know, a badass like Yellow King, you know, Avatar type design, I think that would probably be easier to pull off as either totally alien and, you know, not gendered in any way, or with a dude. But I just want a badass foreigner, period. I don't really care if it's male, female, or pure Cthulhu nonsense. It doesn't really matter to me. I just want foreigners to stop being like artsy, lolly bullshit. Like, that's so lame. Like, that's such a disservice to the whole Lovecraftian universe, because first off, the Lovecraftian universe is a lot bigger than Lovecraft himself. Like, the Yellow King wasn't even made by him. You know, that whole universe was fleshed out by a lot of different writers over a long period of time. Anyway, and yeah, it definitely deserves better, and the lack of badassery is the problem. I don't see the point in making them all female all the time. That just seems weird and silly, but that's not really the problem. It's just how not cool they are. I mean, 1,000,000% there are badass female designs. 1,000%. I just don't think it happens as often, right? Okay, this is a better way of articulating it. I think most artists will probably just even try to make something more badass if it's a guy, right? A lot of times for sales or what they think is cool, what a lot of people think is cool in a guy is it being badass. It's very common. So I think it's more common that you see badass guy designs. It's not that women can't be badass. Of course they can. You know, you've got, you know, Mordred and, you know, Baido and Genshin and all that. There's plenty of that. It's totally a thing. But it's just, I think it's more likely that you're going to get something like, you know, Beowulf or whatever. It's more likely if it's a dude. And it's in mean, right? Like they're more willing, I think, to make. I think machines, genderless, and male characters are the most likely thing for creators to make mean, right? Like that brutal, right? And I like those things. I like mean and brutal, especially if you're gonna have like Lovecraftian shit, right? I think that works well a lot of the time, right? And so if you're gonna have like some really cool, still eldritch and kind of mysterious, but then kind of badass, right? You're gonna get that kind of foreigner, right? That's what I want to see out of that, right? Which we're not really getting. But yeah, Baido is definitely badass. That's definitely a thing. Yeah, Ivan's design. Yeah, there we go. Like that kind of stuff. You know, give me more of that. Like, look at the foreigner, you know, class card, right? It looks pretty badass. Nothing like any of the foreigners that we actually get. So, also, by the way, Voyager being a foreigner is stupid. He doesn't fit at all. He's cool. He's actually probably my favorite foreigner, but he's not even a foreigner. He's a Voyager. His class is supposed to be Voyager, and it makes no sense that he is a foreigner because he's literally from Earth, for God's sake. So that was very stupid of them. He's the only male foreigner, and he's definitely not badass, but he is awesome. But he's also Voyager. I will never see him as a foreigner. I will always see him as a Voyager because that's literally what he is. So I guess same team comp here. Yeah, Holmes is the closest thing to a foreigner card, and that's because I think he actually is, you know, housing Lovecraftian nonsense. So they did that on purpose. I think they completely did that on purpose. Because he was designed a long time ago, and I think 100% I think that's like intentional. I think him and the foreigner class card are supposed to go hand in hand. And we'll see more of that as the Lost Belts go on, I suspect. Okay, we are definitely about to fight Phantom. I could probably kill all of these right now. Is it worth it though to blow my crit stuff? I don't know if it's worth it to use my crit up skill, but I don't mind using the star absorb skill. At least on this map. That's not gonna necessarily kill everything though. Maybe we use one star. Or one crit, yeah, do that. gonna be pushing it. Ooh! Nice. And we get a bunch of MP gain. Yep, that was good. That was totally fine. And we still have another crit Star Bomb. The dream would be if I could NP right now and kill these three. That would be super, super good. This is kind of awkward. I didn't quite, the crits there didn't exactly go the way, oh fuck, damn it, I messed it up, damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I messed that turn up pretty bad there. If I was gonna kill just one, it should go to the 2K one, but I could have done better than that. I like this setup though. I'm loving Savage gameplay now. He's not even 10-10-10, neither of them are. It is great. I can't wait for them both to be 10-10-10. And then my old account does have him 10-10-10, but he's grailed over there. And he's a real blast. I might 2K folk and level 100 him, dude. I've always liked Savage a lot, like character-wise and in real life. Really respectable person in history. Really impressive person in history. Always looked up to him since I was a kid, and then I love his representation in this game. I think it's wacky, but in a way that makes complete sense, and it works. It's not one of those times where they're a bit off the wall for no fucking reason. And now he's like awesome gameplay-wise, and yeah, now we just need an animation update. Yeah, I might 2K 100 him this scene. I'm curious to just see the power there. And every time I use maxes, I'm just like salivating at how strong he is. And I love that he's not just a purely selfish unit. People, I think, see it that way, but oh my god, his team utility is great. Because you don't have to use the Star Absorb skill at the same turn as the Star Bomb skill. And 30 stars is going to help anybody crit. Like, if he's 10-10-10, and you just have Hans, and you have Hans' stars from the previous turn, and then you do the Star Bomb, you can make anybody crit. You make Billy crit. Like, that's awesome. That's great utility. Proto Coup needs Star Bomb. Regular Coup does not. Regular Coup absolutely does not need a Star Bomb ability. I think, hey, this is probably Phantom. What do we want to do against Phantom? I don't remember the gimmicks here. Something happens when you break Christina's bar. I think she turns into a giant ghost. Yeah, no more buffing Coup until you buff the other Lancers. Seriously, like he's so fucking broken right now. Like he's so beyond what a 3-star should be doing. And you know, if you want to buff them, do it after buffing the other Lancers. Like, that's the big thing. It's so silly to me that Proto Coup is just sitting there, and Pyramid is just sitting there, and it's just, and Taiga, like, I mean, god damn, dude. What do I want to summon? Well, the top of the line stuff for just DPS, like just throwing generic DPS at it, is going to be 100 phase, Coup, Ushi, and I got Babbage is up there, but not quite, and then David and Robin, that would be stuff. A Robin setup could definitely work here. A Rosh is good here, actually, because it's AoE, would agree. Don't mind 100 face, though. Don't mind Coup. Cou's fine. We have our own Coup, though. It's probably good enough. Yeah, we'll do 100 face. Why not? She really is, Or do we do double Uchi, see how we do with that? Nah, we'll do this. We'll kind of mix it up a bit. Okay, we probably won't bring Ongra for this one, just to be safe. Try to make a more normal team. Boy, I wish he was more ready to go. He's gonna get there, though. He's a very important unit for this account, but not really until Demeter. I can't think of much need of riders in the meantime. What is this song? I don't remember. Here, I'll just link it. Okay, what am I doing here? Do I want any support, or do I just bring all self-sufficient DPS? I kind of want to bring all self-sufficient DPS and just see if it works. It's kind of a different... Okay, maybe we do that. Got a little bit of support. Could do a Sclipius just to show up. Because I don't remember if there's debuffs or not. If there's not, though, he's kind of pointless. Weird thing to give Ku, but high attack stat, so I guess we're not gonna go for NP on him. I need another ley line that's leveled up. I think we do have another one that's limit broken. Maybe I use it then. 100 attack stat though. Like, that's kind of sad. Alright, we'll do Atlas in case there's debuffs. And the cooldown reduction's alright. Who are you talking about? Who's not as strong as 5 stars in Fates Tonight lore-wise? If somebody's trying to say, like Medusa or some shit, like what are we... Ku? What? What are you talking about? Have you not read Ku's character material book? That is nonsense. That is literally nonsense. Like, I could forgive that if somebody hasn't read Ku's character material book, right? And they're not aware that, like, he's being nerfed into the ground in Fate's Day Night. But Ku, lore-wise, is crazy strong. And he's easily stronger than a lot of the people that are higher rarity than him. He's not as strong as Gil, obviously. But he's absolutely stronger than Artoria. Like, no question. I like how people act like he lost that fight. First off, to be fair to them, they're both being nerfed into the ground, right? Like, when they fought the first time, they were both being nerfed into the ground there. But Ku literally wins the fight. Like, Artoria is flat on her face and is fucked up, and then Ku just has to retreat because of Kodamine. If they had kept fighting, he would have just killed her there. But yeah, then if Artoria wasn't being nerfed into the ground, it'd be harder, but then Ku wouldn't be nerfed into the ground either, and same deal. He didn't even use his runes, for God's sake. Anyway, yeah, there's no world where Ku is, like, lore-wise a 3-star. Like, lore, power and rarity doesn't mean anything. I mean, Asterios is a 1-star. Arash is a 1-star. Arash is a 1-star. Like, he's insanely strong. Never mind Stella, like, just in his overall toolkit is incredibly powerful, and he's a fucking 1-star. Yeah, I think actually a lot of people, though, don't think Ku's super strong because they just watch the anime, and the anime doesn't explain, like you know, how nerfed he is when he's fighting Curse Arm and Artoria and stuff. The visual novel did, and the anime kind of does, they just obscure it. You have to, like, already know it just to get it from the anime, because, like, the anime has that line in Limited Blade Works, but they word it in a way where it sounds like he was only holding back against Emiya. Where in the visual novel, they're like, oh, he has to hold back every time he's fighting anybody for the first time. And Kodamine is not giving him any mana, and so on and so forth. Like, there's no world where, because you didn't even say Fates Tonight, you said lore-wise. Ku, lore-wise, has a run in his armor. I can't believe I'm calling it armor, but he has a run inside of his tights that it automatically activates if a Noble Phantasm like comes at him, and it says it can block up to a Great Noble Phantasm. That's one of the most vaguest things they've ever said, so I don't know what rank that blocks, but even if it doesn't like fully block a really, really strong Noble Phantasm, it will still offset it, right? He's got, you know, a run to boost all of his stats. He's got a run to boost his rank on his NP. He clearly seems to have a rune that can like send projectiles into the nether for some fucking reason. You know, cause and effect is super OP. He can do the AoE bomb with like almost no cast time out of nowhere, you know, Death Flight. He's said to be one of the most skillful lancers, period. He's got some of the best agility, period. You know, his runes are just super versatile for defense. He's almost immune to projectiles. Like, there's no world! And like, Bull can kill almost anything. Not only does it have the cause effect reversal, but it's got the whole damage scale up based on how strong the opponent is. So it can kill, you know, things that are way... It literally says that. It's like, it's so good at killing things that are ludicrously, you know, OP because it does more damage the more vitality the enemy has. It's nonsense. There's no world where Ku's like not on par with like Artoria and stuff. Like, of course he is. Like, he's Irish Hercules for a reason. Now, he's not as strong as Gil. Like, you know, literally no one in Fate Stay Night is. You know, Nasu literally said that exact thing. He said, yeah, if Gil gives half a shit, he'll kill everyone in Fate Stay Night in one night. Right? That's a clear statement that Gil is way stronger than everybody in Fate Stay Night. So yeah, there's no delusions of grandeur there, but who even else is a 5-star from Fate Stay Night though? There's not very many. They made most of them low stars just to, you know, get people into the game. Let's see. There's Gil and Artoria, but Herc and Emiya are 4 stars. But I mean, Ku is definitely stronger than Emiya. Not Herc necessarily though. That's but I mean, Herc is stronger than most things, and he's a 4-star for some reason. Yeah, it's just Gil and Artoria. That's it. So really, the only controversial part of that statement really is Emiya and Artoria. But there's no world where Ku is weaker than Emiya and Artoria. That's literally ridiculous. Like, Ku beat Emiya's ass, and he didn't even use his runes to do it. He's done that like multiple times now, and everyone was, oh, you know, but Ku, you know, only, you know, beat up Artoria because she was nerfed, but I mean, Ku was nerfed too, and he wasn't using his runes. Yeah, I think Ku and Medea are probably the two that are the most. I think okay, rarity just does not equal power. It just doesn't. It never has. There's so many examples of that. But if it did, I would say Medusa should probably be like a 4. No, I don't think any of them really should be 3 stars. Maybe Curse Arm. Curse Arm probably could be a 3-star. And Kojo should be a 1-star. He absolutely should be. Like, even though he's crazy skilled and all that, you know, his stats are garbage. He's much slower and weaker than most servants. You know, Artoria is said to be significantly faster and stronger than him in terms of stats, right? He's no noble phantasm. He's no magic resistance. You know, he's just skill. So rarity-wise, that makes sense for him to be a 1-star. That makes complete sense. But yeah, I'd say Curse Arm should be like a 3-star. Gil should be like a 6-star, but what are you gonna do? But yeah, Gil would 5-star. You could do it a few ways. You could make a lot of you could make like, you know, Emiya 4-star, Ku 4-star, Artoria 4-star. You could kind of do it that way, or you could make a lot of those 5 stars as well, and just like there's a really big power gap. It's kind of like how the EX rank in lore is anywhere from like 250 power to 9, right? That's a huge variance. You know, if you wanted to make 5-star, you know, mean anything lore-wise, you're probably going to have that gap where there's like, yeah, the bottom 5 versus the top 5 is really, really different. God, fucking Jack is a 5-star, and then you've got like, you know, like Murder Hobo is a 3-star and stuff. Like, it doesn't make any sense. We don't know what would happen with Ku's run versus Excalibur. You know, it's too vague. Now, surely it's a very powerful run because it comes from Scath, right? And Scath had, you know, like the best runs, like on par with what Odin passed down. So it's clear. It's not a. Ku's runs are not a joke, man. They are really fucking powerful, right? They're a big deal. He just doesn't use them very often. This is how it's described. All it says is, you know, they'll automatically activate like if he's in danger from a Noble Phantasm, and it can block up to a Great Noble Phantasm. That's what it says. That's just what it says. And the only time he's ever used them is in Heaven's Feel, and it says that they're not very effective there because the you know, the Angra mud is, you know, what summoned him, and it's not a Noble Phantasm, so they work a little bit, they help a little bit, but they don't do much. But that's not because they're weak, it's because they just don't work there. Because Angra juice is cheating. But Anyway, so it's hard to say. I would say, this would be my guess. I would say it can probably block a pretty powerful Noble Phantasm. I think Excalibur would probably be too much, because Excalibur's not A+, it's A double plus. I think that's probably too much. But it would probably offset the blast so it's not, you know, nearly as strong, so it wouldn't necessarily kill him, and what's left of it he could probably dodge, or maybe, you know, throw his spear at or something to stop it. But I don't think it would just upfront stop Excalibur, because I mean, A double plus, that's way above the norm, so I would say A to A plus is probably its limit, but I have no idea. It literally just says it can block a great Noble Phantasm. So clearly it's above, like, the bitch stuff, but that's so dubious. However, I gotta say, without plot armor or anything, I don't see how you would ever hit Ku with Excalibur. I mean, he's way too fast, and his big thing is his speed is acceleration. He can go to his absolute top speed almost immediately, and then he can stop and change direction and go to almost his top speed again almost immediately. So he can go from not moving to just like leaping straight in the air or to the side or whatever and just be gone, right? So I don't see how Excalibur would ever hit him. It's a big blast, but it's not that big of a blast. Like, I don't really see how you'd ever actually hit the guy. So between that and then his runs, I think he'd be fine against it. And then, you know, Artoria just doesn't have any way of dealing with Bolg or Deathflight, because Deathflight is so much... If she starts powering up Excalibur, he'll just throw Deathflight and kill her. Like, you know, Deathflight is super, super fast, Excalibur's not, and then she has no answer for Bolg whatsoever. And skill-wise, they're both really good, but I think Ku is definitely more skilled, but Artoria is more powerful. But with Bolg, I just don't... That's such a bad matchup for her. Like, she has no way of dealing with Bolg. That's like a Deathflight's thing. They make complete note of this, is that it's fired in like a blink of an eye. Ku literally just leaps and just throws it and boom. Like it's like goes off like a laser. They make note of that in the visual novel, that it's just such a fast Noble Phantasm. However, it's pretty inefficient with mana from what the character material describes. Because the Barb's death is very efficient with mana, and it takes almost no mana. It takes way less mana than something of that rank normally would. But Deathflight doesn't have any such benefit, so it's a pretty big mana sink. I mean, Ku ult, I don't know why we're talking about Ku ult thrower, so what the fuck does that have to do with anything? But yeah, he's Grail juiced, but like, what are we, like, what has nothing to do with what we're talking about? I want to see what people are saying. I will say though, if Excalibur was already being fired, yeah, Deathflight wouldn't stop Excalibur, like no way. Deathflight and the runs, I think, potentially could, but you'd have to use Deathflight before it shoots Excalibur. I mean, Excalibur's A double plus, and there is a run that he can use to make Deathflight A plus instead of B plus, but that's not enough. There's a pretty big gap between A plus and A double plus. It might sound like they're close, but they're really not. Like, A double plus is way ahead of A plus. And if he doesn't use the run, then it's just B plus, so. But just regular Bolg is enough to deal with Artoria. I don't know how anyone argues that point. It's like, oh, but she survived because it didn't hit her in the heart. But she was completely foobar, right? And then Bolg takes like no mana and he can just do it again. Like, what are you gonna do? Yeah, I think it's weird that anyone would think Ku though is like bad lore-wise, because he's like the example most people would give of someone that didn't perform so well in the story, but is crazy strong lore-wise. He's like the poster child of that. Because one, the plot hates him, and two, because Kotomine is nerfing the hell out of him, and that's really never not the case. I mean, Nasu even said that. Like, he was like, yeah, not only is he being held back by a command spell, but Kotomine is not even sending a mana, for God's sakes. Because somebody asked him a long time ago why... They were like, if Ku is such a strong Lancer, why did Diarmid seem to do better against Artoria than Ku did when Artoria had a better master? And he was like, yeah, it's because, one, Ku is holding back because of command spell, and because, Diarmid had Canis active. Canis was not nerfing Diarmid. He was buffing him. He was sending him mana. He was making him stronger. Where Ku had the opposite, where he not only was not getting support, he was getting a downgrade. Also, I think it was a bit of a. I don't think they were even thinking about it at the time when they wrote Diarmid versus Artoria. I don't think they were even thinking about how Ku did, but the logic is pretty sound, right? You know, Ku's being nerfed. They didn't make that up. He always has been being nerfed, and then Diarmid was being supported. Also, Diarmid is no bitch. Like, my god, he doesn't have any like super flashy MPs or anything, but Diarmid is no joke. But Ku definitely is stronger than Diarmid. Yeah, I would say Herc has the, I don't know, the plot armor is pretty bad, and like plot armor and reverse plot armor, right? Like where the plot needs you to die, right? It's so bad in so many places. Like Fates the Night is just not good about that. They're just not. They have serious plot armor issues. Like, well, this, you know, Gil was the antagonist the other 2 times, so we can't have him be the antagonist again, so we'll just have him die for no reason. And we'll just say, oh, he's being careless. And Herc gets it pretty bad, though. I will say Herc does get it pretty rough. Here's the thing. I don't think he gets it that rough in the visual novels. I think Herc gets it really rough in the anime. Right? The visual novel, although, oh, look, what a coincidence, all the plot is lining up in a way that will get Hercules killed, they still make it really clear, like, you know, how unfair the fights are, and, you know, like with, you know, the Grail boosting Artoria, and with the Mud nerfing Hercules. The anime doesn't do any of that stuff, so he looks way worse. And you could, I guess it's still plot armor, though, when, you know, everything just lines up for it to not work out for him, but... Yeah, Karna gets it really rough, too. Alright, like that one again, it's not like abilities are working in a way that don't make sense. You know, the way Karna loses in APOC does make a degree of sense. But it just, everything lining up, like, oh, you know, Achilles decides to give him the shield, and Trapface happens to have a skill that allows him to, you know, use other people's MPs, and he, you know, he gets there in time, and then Zig happens to be stronger than normal because of the Frankenstein thing and all that. It's just, you know, it's like, it's so many coincidences lining up. It's just, it's all tailored to make sure Karna loses. Like, yes, if all those things miraculously happen, it can make a degree of sense for Karna to lose, but it doesn't really make, you know, truthfully, it doesn't make sense for all those things to just miraculously happen. So, yeah, it's pretty tough on Karna. It's because he's super strong, and antagonists have to lose. You know, same for Gil. You know, Gil has to lose. So, you know, nonsense will happen. Karna is easier, though. I will say Karna is a way easier character to write that's really powerful and OP and crazy, that you can make a believable reason why he lost, because he does have some pretty serious drawbacks with, the, you know, his mana consumption, and he doesn't have, like, you know, a million Noble Phantasms with, like, you know, all these crazy effects and stuff. So it's definitely more feasible to have him, you know, lose, you know, to protagonist nonsense, but, you know, still, most of the cases we've seen are a bit silly. I'm hoping Christina NP second. I haven't been paying attention to turn order this entire time. I think I may be walking into a bad time here. I think a lot of people might, like, you know, they don't know, I mean, they know about Karna's legend, but they don't know how he works on paper, right? Like in lore, you know, the characters in lore, I don't know people in real life. So someone might get like an artifact pertaining to Karna and summon him, because like, oh yeah, Karna should be really strong, and then have no idea that he's going to be a non-stop mana hog, right? So you could still have somebody summon. Fucking crap! Well, I should have had 100 Face use her evade skill, then use David's. She would have lived. That sucked. She had full health too. Alright, I'll be right back. I need to get water. I'm gonna run to the restroom and all that. Yeah, a lot of people see plot armor as, they see it as, oh, this character survived a hit. They shouldn't have survived. That's not, that is plot armor, but plot armor a lot of times is just all the events, you know, magically, you know, lining up so things work out for the protagonist and such. And sometimes the antagonist, right? The main antagonist can't die to a side character, you know, halfway through the story. So a lot of times the antagonists can have plot armor too. So, to me, a story, unless it's like a story based on history, but like a story is inherently a contrived series of events, right? It's not real, it's made up. So it's almost inherently just plot armor through and through. But when it's worth pointing out and calling it plot armor, in my opinion, is when someone survives some, like you have an attack that has been established to be X powerful, and something that's X powerful should kill Y character, but they just survive it, right? Or like you know, unnatural events, like a character behaves a certain way, so they meet this other character, or they give a character an item that just doesn't make sense for them to trust them, you know, things moving in a contrived way like that, or a lot of luck, just like so many coincidences just lining up perfectly, so what you need to have happen for either the protagonist or antagonist, or just the plot in general to move the right way. Those things are what I think are worth pointing out as plot armor. Because they feel contrived, out of place, they don't follow like internal logic, the universe is set, ground rules, right? When you break that stuff, that's when it's bad, in my opinion. We're having really awkward stuff go on here with like the health thresholds. So I do wish Ku had gotten a situation where he could have just shown off what he can do. They didn't need to contrive like a reason for him to kill, you know, some super powerful character or anything. I do think it's annoying. I think it's why some people don't think Ku's all that strong. They never really show what Ku can do in any of the 3 routes. The most that they do happens off screen. The one time I think Ku goes balls to the wall, and this is a guess. Okay, wait, hold on. I'll go with what's not a guess. You know, we know for a fact Ku is able to fight Gilgamesh for 12 hours, right? That's pretty insane. Now, that's the first time he fights Gilgamesh, so he's being nerfed by the command spell. But my assumption is, and definitely what Nasu has said about it definitely seems to imply this, I think at some point Ku uses disengage, and this is just a guess on my part, but I'm assuming if Ku uses disengage, it doesn't count as their first fight anymore. So it counts as their second fight. And so Ku's not being nerfed anymore. So that would be my guess. At some point, Ku uses the disengage skill, and then he's not being so nerfed against Gil. He's still being nerfed in that he's not getting support from his master, but, you know, that's not as bad. And I'd imagine because, you know, Gil is so powerful and the circumstances, that was probably a time that Ku went, you know, all out. You know, I imagine he used all of his runs. He used, you know, disengage, he used the arrows, all of the stuff, and that's probably why he was able to last 12 hours. But he still lost, but, you know, it's Gil. And I think Gil probably tried decently hard there, too, because a lot of times Gil holds back because he sees his enemies as, you know, worthless or lesser than him. But he generally tries harder if he's fighting, like, a king or someone that thinks he's got a lot of accomplishments in life, and demigods. He generally respects demigods like Hercules, and he takes them more seriously. And Ku is a demigod. And I'm sure Gil probably starts off being a moron and not trying, but after 12 hours, I'm pretty sure at some point Gil was getting pretty fucking annoyed and started, you know, busting out, you know, nasty shit. So, that was probably the one time Ku got to show off. He loses the fight, but, you know, lasting 12 hours against a semi-serious Gilgamesh is a huge accomplishment. Almost no one even gets to fight a semi-serious Gilgamesh. That's a big deal. That would have been a time where you could have really shown off, wow, look, he's got runes that can block noble phantasms, he's really fast, he's, you know, got all these things, you know, disengage and all this. They could have shown that kind of stuff off, but it happens off screen. That's like the one time in all of Fates of Night, Ku potentially, we don't know because they don't show it, but potentially Ku got to go all out and not be nerfed by Kodamine. And it happens off screen. It fucking happens off screen. Like, are you kidding me? But yeah, maybe someday they'll remaster the Fate route and they'll just show that. They'll just show that fight. I don't think they'll make it 12 hours because ain't nobody got time for that, but I actually hope that happens. I think a remaster of the Fate route could be pretty cool. If they make some tweaks to it to make it less boring, right? You could make a good Fate route. Give it a facelift. If there's ever a route that deserves it, it's probably that one. I can probably break all the health bars, but someone's gonna whip damage. Well, I will say the stuff that happens to Ozzy is fairly logical. You kind of would expect everyone in the war there to kind of be like, okay, we gotta do something about this, right? However, it is pretty coincidental that, you know, Hohenheim happens to have these abilities that can be passed on like that and happen to counter Ozzy, and then Rosh is as strong as he is to work with Arth. You know, there is certainly a lot of contrivance there. I should have just NP'd with David. I was wanting to save his NP for the transformation, but I kind of just fucked this up now. I gotta get value while it's available, I think. Oh, what a mess. Maybe David can somehow live another turn. But really, main antagonists are often the victims of major plot armor, because a lot of times main antagonists are some of the more powerful things. Never mind Fate, I just mean in general. This sucks. That was a really bad turn for me. Let's not lose to Phantom, for God's sakes. Like, that is not the play right now. Okay, see, now imagine David in game, right? That was the plan. Excuse me, I'm eating granola bars. I'm not talking as much. Fuck! Uji's gonna die at 96% NP gain. I mean, Ku got it, but like, what the fuck, man? We got our back row just got destroyed here. The timing on that thing was awful. Never mind. Never. Well. Oh. Doesn't hit nearly as hard as AoE. It did like what, 12k when she was single target? Okay. That was way sloppier than it needed to be. We needed more burst. The health bars were really messing us up there. Although using 3-star craft essences is a big part of that, just your damage sucks no matter what you use. By the way, the only reason I'm summoning Proto Ku instead of regular Ku is because I don't have a regular 10-10-10-70 Ku on this account that I'm summoning from. So, And I don't want to summon my level 100, you know, one. Could be debuffs, I don't know. Battery's good. Probably Ong right here. So yeah, Medusa. Medusa's another servant like Ku that's, you know, stronger than you might expect from her like original showings, but she eventually gets to show off what she's got, right? Where Ku never does, which kind of sucks. Medusa though is there's a lot of plot armor around Medusa in Heaven's Field, not in the other routes, but a big issue with Medusa is she's a pretty good servant. She really is. She's got some nice variety in her toolkit, and her MP's one of the stronger MPs in the war, outside of, you know, Gilgamesh and Artoria. But and her eyes are really dangerous and all these things, and she's, you know, really skilled and fast and got monstrous strength and all these things. But she is just summoned into a war that is full of things that counter the fuck out of her. Almost every fucking servant in Face of the Night counters Medusa. It's nonsense. There's a reason why she gets to show off against Curse Arm and not, you know, literally anyone else, because like Nasu's talked about Ku versus Medusa, and like Ku wins easy because one, like she has no answer for Deathflight or Bolg, like, you know, Barbs of Death, like no way. And then Ku, because he's famous for slaying monsters, he's like a monster slayer in his legends. Because she has so, you know, part Gorgon, she has like the monstrous trait. He would do massive bonus damage to her, and you know, he's fast enough to keep up with her. He has better acceleration than she does. And then he's got the runes that are gonna probably be able to deal with her MP and that kind of. And I forgot, I didn't talk about this earlier. I was talking about how good Ku was. No, this was not one you have to read between the lines. Nasu just straight says this. Ku has a rune that cancels Mystic Eyes of all types. It doesn't matter what type of Mystic Eye they are. He just has a rune that like deactivates Mystic Eyes. So, you know, her like best thing is her Mystic Eyes, and Ku just has a direct counter to it. Like a direct fuck you, and then he gets bonus damage against her. Then he has other runs that just counter everything she does, and then, you know, she has no way of dealing with his noble phantasms. So, that's like, Ku versus Medusa is one of the worst matchups of like all time, right? He is like literally things that are just direct fuck you buttons. He's got like 3 of them. So okay, that's Ku, right? And then we've got, you know, Gilgamesh. I don't think I need to explain this. You know, he literally has the items that killed her in Gate of or versions of them in Gate of Babylon. Like, obviously, he has counters to anything she can do. It's Gil, you know, he's got so much versatility. She has no answer for, you know, a lot of his, you know, big nukes and just gate spam. What you gonna do? Fly a Pegasus into a bunch of, you know, flying swords? Like, good luck with that one. You know, he's got an answer for multi-dimensional refraction. I'm sure he has an answer to Mystic Eyes, and he obviously is going to know that's her gimmick. You know, she's, you know, kills the full size up thing, so he's going to know. And so that she's really, and I'm sure he's got the mirror, and they've even said he has mirrors in Gate that look like magic effects and stuff. So yeah, super fucked against Gil, but that's kind of normal, and that's not, you know, that's not really a knock. She has no way of fighting Hercules because she does not have enough ways to get through God Hand 12 times. You know, she wouldn't necessarily, if she had a proper master, not Shinji, she would not embarrass herself against Herc because she is very fast and she has monstrous strength and such, so she would not embarrass herself, but there's no world where she's beating Hercules. And then Artoria, that would be an interesting one if they weren't handicapped, but I still think Artoria's going to win that one if they're, like, if Artoria's being handicapped and Medusa's not, Medusa obviously wins, but if they're both unhandicapped, she just doesn't have a way of dealing with Excalibur too well. You know, her Noble Phantasm basically makes her a face tank. She could dodge it if that's what she was focusing on doing, but if she's trying to use her NP, you know, it's like a rush attack, so that's kind of an issue. Although I guess she could get it off before Excalibur, that would work. So it is winnable. She could beat Artoria. It kind of depends. If she uses her Mystic Eyes and then she uses her NP like very wisely, she probably could beat Artoria, but it's also possible for Artoria to beat her. And then Medusa's, or Medea, excuse me, is super awful because of her So her eyes are less effective on people with more mana. Medea has basically unlimited mana, so that's literally going to do nothing. Medea is also very knowledgeable of those kinds of, magical stuff. And then she's got her, bounded field set up that both protects Medusa and nerfs her. So she's not going to be able to, fight as well anyway. And she just doesn't really have an answer to, most of Medea's, like, nukes and whatnot. She can kind of dodge around, but there's really no way for her to kill her. And, the whole bounded field thing is a huge problem there. And then Emiya, now she definitely can beat Emiya, but Emiya could beat her too. I feel like it's almost up to the plot who's going to win that one. Because, for example, Emiya doesn't have a particularly good mana stat, so he's pretty susceptible to her eyes, which we've seen. So she can potentially just gank the shit out of him with her eyes. However, that is not like, oh, she just beats Emiya. No way, because first off, you have to be relatively close for the eyes to work. Emiya is an archer. Look at what happened to Artoria in Fate Hollow. If that's Medusa, Medusa's fucking dead. Same deal, right? So, Emiya's strongest when he's, being an archer, like when you saw him fighting Castraku doing, Calabulg and Grunting at the same time. Medusa's dead! She can't handle that! No way! If he shoots Grunting at her in Calabulg, she is super fucking dead, right? What the hell is she gonna do about that? Stare at him? Like, that ain't gonna work. So they can gank the hell out of each other. Like, they both have ways to gank the crap out of each other. It is possible, though, we don't know everything that Emiya can trace. It is possible that Emiya can trace something that has an effect, like a sword that has some kind of passive effect or whatever, that could stop her Mystic Eyes. He obviously wasn't ready to do that when in Heaven's Feel. So again, he'd have to be aware. So they're both very capable of ganking each other. But it's possible, it's not guaranteed, but it's possible if Emiya's aware that, like, she's trying to ambush him, he could potentially prepare something to not get fucking annihilated. Where I don't really see how she has any answer for Emiya's snipes. She has no answer for his snipes, like, at all. That's not gonna happen. But they can both murder each other. It just completely depends on, like, the context they run into each other in, right? If it's a snipe situation like in Fate Hollow, then Medusa is super dead. If it's, more like a, already close up, out of nowhere situation, then I would say, generally Medusa would win that. So it just kind of depends. Although there are definitely times where Medusa won't take Emiya seriously because he's not famous, she doesn't know anything about him. The reason she was so willing to use her eyes is because the situation was so bad and Sakura was in danger of just dying, and so Medusa is normally not willing to just whip out her Mystic Eyes out of nowhere. It has to be like a really serious circumstance. So if she just has like a random master, or her master just isn't in danger, like maybe Sakura is her master, like regular Sakura, not Grail Sakura, but like totally vanilla Sakura, but she's like off, somewhere else in the city and she's not in danger, she's probably not going to open the fight up with some unknown servant with her Mystic Eyes. She generally won't do that. She tries to avoid using them, because she doesn't want to turn into Gorgon permanently and all kinds of other things. So yeah, if she doesn't open with them, Emiya might just gank the hell out of her with, like, just carpet bombing her with a bunch of, swords and crap like that. So I don't really think it really favors Medusa. I think it just really depends on the circumstance. It's overall kind of 50-50, I would say. Because seriously, if Emiya just carpet bombs her, she's in pretty big trouble. Did I say Medea? I meant Medusa. Yeah, they're both Greek and start with M. What do you want from me? That's racist. Yeah, if Medusa ever turns into Gorgon, she's Gorgon forever. It basically warps her Saint Graph in the Throne of Heroes, and she wouldn't be able to go back, so she avoids it like the plague. You might say that doesn't make any sense because then they went on and made a Gorgon version of Medusa, and you would be correct. However, they did think of that, and they did come up with an excuse. Basically, the Gorgon you can summon is not full-on Gorgon. It's like a transformed, and because it's like a different, version, it's fun. It's stupid. Like they did not forget. They did count that in, but they pulled something out of their ass to justify it. It was also a good excuse for them not to use Gorgon's actual design, because Gorgon's actual design is like the squid monstrosity, which that wouldn't sell. Like, let's be honest, if the rate-up was just the squid monstrosity right there, like, boom, that's just not selling. I mean, I would go for it, but a lot of people wouldn't. So it was an excuse for them to, give her boobs and everything else, and go with the more waifu design, and then come up with a justification for why Gorgon is summonable. But yeah, if Medusa as like a rider or as a lancer or any of those classes transforms into full-on Gorgon, her Saint Graph gets like overridden and you can't summon regular Medusa anymore. So yeah, she doesn't. And it almost happens in Fate Hollow. She almost goes Gorgon in Fate Hollow, but Angra gives her a pep talk and saves her ass. That's one of my favorite scenes though in Fate Hollow, actually. It's really interesting. Because even though Angra and Medusa get almost no interactions ever in both Fate Hollow or in Fate Stay Night, because Angra doesn't get to really do a lot. It's more like a Echo. Anyway, even with that, you know, they have a lot in common and a lot of like similarities, right? And so even though they don't get to interact much, you kind of see that in that scene, and it's kind of cool. Also, it's just Angra being a bro when he doesn't really need to be. I don't know if that insta-kill was good or not. I don't know if we needed the, it was bad for MP gain and star gen, but we might have needed the damage. I wasn't really paying attention. More like purple spaghetti, thank you. But it's kind of badass looking. I actually really like the Gorgon design they came up with. That was a very anime design, but also still sticking to what it's based on enough that it makes sense, right? It works well. Yeah, her NP, Gorgon's NP and FGO is her original design. That's what she normally looks like all of the time when she's Gorgon, like 24/7. George, why you gotta live? I had hopes. I mean, you can probably just Google. Here, I'll do it right now. So that's sad that you get more pictures of semi-Gorgon than actual Gorgon, but here we go. Here, I mean, literally, it's just her NP though. I'm trying to find the picture from Fate Hollow. Here it is. There we go. There's the spaghetti monster. And yeah, as you can see, that's pretty much what her NP looks like, so. But yeah, that's what she looked like when she, like, you know, murders Uriel and Stheno and all that fun stuff. Which is an interesting thing in Fate, because that does not, as there may be some, because there's so many different versions of the legends and stories and stuff, but I'm not aware of any version of the Gorgon sisters that involve Medusa killing Stheno and Uriel. Normally, like, in the most like modern accepted interpretation of the legend, generally Stheno actually survives. Uriel and Medusa are killed, and Stheno survives and tries to get revenge, but is unable to, and it's all, you know, this, that, and the other. But see, I don't know really where they got that from. I guess they just thought it'd make a more tragic backstory or something. I don't know. There's probably a version that happens in though. There's so many versions of the Greek stories. Yeah, that's a more of Ivan style design, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I was saying earlier. That's why guys normally get to be more badass designs, because if, you know, Ivan gets the green light, right? Because, you know, boys like their giant monsters and stuff, and you know, it's just like more appealing there, I suppose. Where if it's a waifu, you know, you gotta make an excuse for the tits. So it's rare that because seriously, Ivan and Gorgon are just such good examples. Ivan gets in, and then Gorgon gets changed to be more waifu-y, right? It's so common. That's so fucking common. That's why the odds of like a badass foreigner getting added, I'm like, yeah, it's a lot more likely if it's a guy. Now that's not fair, right? I don't think it's a good thing, but I mean, you know, it just is what it is. Yeah, so let me just summon this Hot Wheels. That's totally in the rules. You know, no problem there. Okay, Saber. I'm guessing it's just trash mobs. I can't think of any like serious Saber stuff. Do double Robin maybe? Although Robin has bad normal card damage, so maybe we do David. $300 attack, and we'll do that. Should be able to bring Angra. Get that big meaty Buster card in here. Wait, Arcade Mash, it gets MP4. That's interesting. They just can't give us MP4 Mash. They just can't. I mean, like, the only way they can is if they make the next rank give way less than, like, the normal multiplier on MPs per rank, because... Oh! Yeah, I could have done a more nuky setup here. Well, no, actually, David's fine. That's a giant. That's totally fine. No big deal. Although I should have had more starting MP. That would be the mistake that I've made here. But yeah, she's just so strong as is, and if she had even more, it's broken. So if you ever get MP5, it'll be MP5 like VR Mash or something, or some new version of Mash. I mean, let's be real, something's gonna happen with Mash by the end of the Lost Belts. You know, she's either gonna get another version, she's gonna become a 5-star, they're gonna buff VR Mash a bunch, or something. Like, there's something's happening, right? Like, she's such an important character, and they've had all this stuff with Galahad and this, that, and the other. Something's gonna happen, right? Maybe a third version of Mash, which could be the 5-star, right? Something like that. I really wish I had the deck had shuffled and I've gotten art cards for Robin. If I'd known this was a giant Spriggan with that much health, I would have gone more starting NP. We attack down now because our evade is gone. So that's the stuff I was looking for. Please don't kill Mozart yet. Thought about doing the crits because that would make sure David gets his NP. I probably should have done that. Damn it. Please hit David. Nope, that's not David. Nope, still not David. God damn it. Because that would have overcharged Robin, which makes Robin do more damage. Well, no overcharge for Robin. Shame Robin doesn't have Golden Rule up anymore, because it's pretty cool when you can do NP, guaranteed crit with art up and all that, and have Golden Rule. You get quite a bit of refund. Yeah, the Spriggan counts. David would get his bonus damage. Spriggan is being pretty merciful with the crits though. Also ending him pretty quickly, so... I just had to say something, didn't I? Don't. Okay, how does David still have his evade? I would use his first skill if he didn't. That's also the reason he doesn't have his NP yet. David's attack buff might wear off, so he won't, I forgot when I cast it. That was so lucky for me. That was the stupidest target for him to hit. Alright, let's see what kind of damage David gets. Now, we gave Robin the attack up, and he had the Mozart buff, where David has none of that. Man, look at all this damage we could do here. We could double overcharge Robin. But, I'm sure David will be enough. Yeah, David's pretty strong in lore. He's not like God tier or anything. He's kind of a wonky one, but he's pretty good. He can do some funky stuff. Wow. Dude, that's with the 3-star craft essence. That's level 70, self-buff only, not rank 10. Jesus, he does not care for giants. Imagine if he had a proper CE. Yeah, I would say if you were going to make power represent lore, I would say 4-star. That would, for David, that's about right. Because there definitely are times where he can wreck a bitch. But he doesn't have like the most upfront, just immediate, oh man, I'm so strong. But he can like steal NPs and yeet the arc and all that. Although I don't think you can use it that way, to be honest. So, off the top of my head, the biggest disparity between rarity and power, I would say, is Arash. That one is just massive. I mean, he's literally the lowest rarity, but he's really fucking strong. Like, he's way stronger than Atalante. He can basically do Atalante's NP as a normal attack. Like, he's not quite as much boom, but still, he is, golly, Arash is powerful, and he's immune to poisons and all this stuff. A badass with a bow. Anyway, so Arash is a big one. George is a really big one. George is a monster lore-wise. Like, he just has answers to so many things. Like, he's really tanky. He gets even tankier if he's defending his master or someone important or something like that. He's got an MP that is potentially invincible. He has multiple attack NPs. One that turns the enemy into a dragon, another one that absolutely waffle stomps dragons. He's got massive magic resist, and he has a skill that makes him immune to mental interference, combined with magic resist. So God, you're not mental interfering with that guy at all. He's got battle continuation, just so much stuff. He's like loaded. And so yeah, that's a really big disparity. Let's see, what's some other ones? Asterios definitely, because Asterios has some of the highest stats of any servant, and then he also has monster strength on top of it. The maze, they haven't really explained exactly how it works, so it's hard to say how good it is, but it sounds like it's really strong. He just has really good stats. I mean, he's like a rock. Like, I think a lot of NPs wouldn't even be able to kill him if they hit him. It's kind of nuts. And he's got some of the highest strength ever. He's got like A double plus strength, which is way higher than normal. He's big difference between A plus and double plus. I mean, he's so much stronger, and he has monstrous strength. He's got super high endurance stat, blah 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 blah. Let's see, there are definitely some other ones. And I guess on the flip side, yeah, I don't know, Hans is a really weird one. Because on average, Hans is okay, and he can, he can always enhance his master and stuff. But he's so inconsistent because it's Hans. Basically, if he was super motivated and he used his toolkit to its fullest, he's very powerful. But Hans is very unlikely to do that, and he can't defend himself very well at all. And, there's some real problems there. And he needs a master that's basically competent, because he can enhance the master, make the master basically their ideal self come to fruition and all these things. But so it just kind of depends on what kind of master he gets. But like, also he needs a lot of time. He needs a lot of time to really throw out the OP stuff. And like in CCC, he not only that, but he needs the moon cell and all this other stuff. He couldn't have done all that just on his own. He needs that, and you have to, murder the alter egos and all that. So it's like, it's a lot of work for him to actually set all that up, on demand, because like, he enhances Kiara and all that when you fight Suzuka Gozen, but they lose, and Gozen kills them both. So he's good, but he's hard to quantify. He kind of works as a low star in my opinion. He's definitely not reliable. Oh, Romulus, yeah, Romulus is a big one. Never mind Super Romulus, regular Romulus is crazy strong. He's on, like, in the extra universe, he's said to be so strong, he's put on the reverse side of the moon, because he's like too strong. And if you read his character material book for what we have in Fate Grand Order, he's crazy strong. He's got really good stats. He has a Noble Phantasm that's tied with Excalibur. It's A double plus. It's an offensive MP, very powerful. He has another MP that can be used for offense or defense. It can summon a castle, and you can like just summon a castle wall to defend yourself. He's got Imperial Privilege at EX rank, but he doesn't have the migraine stuff. He has Divinity, but he can turn it off if he wants to. So if he's fighting Gilgamesh and he's got Chains of Heaven, he can turn his Divinity off. Or if he needs Divinity, if he's fighting Aussie, he can turn it on. Just so strong. I mean, like those two NPs, Excalibur tier nuke, and then a super strong defensive Noble Phantasm that can also be used for offense and ganking. It specifically says it can be used for ganking. It specifically says not only can he summon castle walls in a large radius, but they come out of the ground so fast that they can kill a servant because they can like surprise them and decapitate them because the wall comes up so fast. That is nuts. Like, that's nuts. And then he's got really good stats, Imperial Privilege, and all those other Roman shenanigans. So yeah, that's a big one. At least he's a 3-star though, not a bronze. So, but yeah, that's a big one. On the flip side though, I'd say Jack's not weak. I would say Jack, if rarity equaled power, I would say Jack would be like a 3-star. You know, she is agile and she's got some stuff and she can counter some servants, but she's very gimmicky. She's not really good on demand. A lot of things counter the hell out of her. She doesn't have a lot of upfront, you know, and she has no way of surviving a lot of NPs, things like that. And she's not like super skilled. She's decently skilled, but not like super skilled. She's just quick, but a lot of servants are quick. It's not that great. And she really needs to be fighting females at night, otherwise it's a really bad time. And that's pretty specific, so. But she's okay. She's not weak, but she's definitely not like 5-star, like Jesus. There's... Nightingale's weird. Nightingale's weird. I definitely shouldn't be a 5-star if power meant anything for rarity, which, you know, it doesn't. But if it did, it shouldn't be a 5-star, but maybe 4-star. She's got a pretty crazy NP, although she kind of needs a teammate to follow up on it, but, Akita, although is very skilled and stuff, really should not be a 5-star because, one, just being skilled isn't enough to just win everything. She doesn't have a lot of... She has no way of defending against NPs. She doesn't have, like, an offensive NP that's easy to hit people with. And then her tuberculosis is, like, the worst thing ever. So, in a way, you could argue she should be a 1-star because of tuberculosis. But if you want to, like, be like, oh yeah, that's a drawback, but she's still really skilled and everything, then I'd say maybe, like, 3 or 4-star. But because of tuberculosis and practicality, she'd be definitely lower than a 3-star. Yeah, Nobu's very strong lore-wise. She'd be 4 or 5, definitely. Okay, what do we summon here? It's probably a Spriggan again, and then with Archer Trash Mobs. That would be my guess. We'll do that again. We'll just... Do we even bring a Lancer? Do we just try to... How much are we betting on Archers being impactful here? We can do Leonidas. We'll do pretty much the same thing, but Leonidas. That's okay. And we'll give this to David so he can get his MP smoother. And even Kojiro, like I said, I think it's deserving that Kojiro is a 1-star, even though Kojiro is God mode skill-wise, because he doesn't have any magic and stuff to help him. He does all of it through pure skill. But, you know, he has no way of... Like, if Ku shoots Death Flight at Kojiro, what's he gonna do? Like, he's dead, right? There's nothing you can do about it at all. You know, Kojiro is very weak in terms of, like, you know, his, you know, vitality and his speed and his utility. He has no, like, defensive stuff. He has no skills to, like, make him, you know, block an NP or absorb... You know, Tesla's over there absorbing energy, and he can absorb energy, Noble Phantasms and stuff. Kojiro can't do anything like that. This is what Kojiro's got going for him. Unbelievably skilled, you know, and then is completely immune to mental interference stuff. That's it. He's got terrible stats, although his agility stat is high, he's actually rather slow. His agility stat is high, presumably because of his, you know, his swiftness with his hands and his arms and his attack techniques. He's said to be, in terms of speed, like running, he's said to be slower than Artoria, when Artoria is being, you know, has a shitty master like Shiro. Okay, 36k on these guys. 85 on the middle. I'm not sure we're even fighting Spriggans right now. Don't like that 85k one. That's, I should have given Leonidas a DPS. I should have given Leonidas a DPS CE. Because Kimlan only has health on it, so... Well, that's gonna get annoying. Another one, though, really is Hot Wheels. Hot Wheels, I would say, it kind of depends on how you look at it. You could, if you got really down to, like, this is so hard to get into. Depending on what you think the gate for what a 5-star should be power-wise, would kind of depend if Hot Wheels should be a 5-star or not. So if you look at what is a 5-star in the game, then if lore equals power, then he absolutely should be a 5-star. But if you're going to change it and reorganize everything, a lot of things that he's stronger than might not be 5-stars anymore. But Hot Wheels is easily stronger than a lot of the 5-stars lore-wise. It's not even close. You know, the reason he's a 4-star is because he was added relative to God Juna, and God Juna was the big fancy rate up, and he needed a 4-star, so that's why. But, actually, I don't think Rama would be a 5-star because he does nerf himself so much. You know, he did break his bow and everything. If he got to use his stuff at its best, like if he could be summoned as an archer and all that, then yeah, that would be a 5-star. But I would actually say how he is as a saber probably should be a 4-star because he did nerf the hell out of himself. Definitely on the higher end of a 4-star though. But again, it kind of depends though. It's kind of like Hot Wheels. You could kind of, depending on how you readjusted things, it would kind of depend if you'd be a 5-star or not. Like, are you going to make 5-star only things as powerful as Ozzy and Gilgamesh? And Kidu and crazy crap and Karna, like crazy crap like that? Or is it going to include things that are just, you know, really strong, but not that strong, like maybe Artoria and stuff? So it would kind of depend on what the barometer was going to be. I don't think they're ever going to do Archer Rama, just because like it sounds like, I don't think you can summon him, because I think like in his Saint graph, he's broken his bow and you can't summon that. That's what it sounds like. That maybe he could repair it. Dude, they've said so much weird stuff about Saint graphs. I was reading a lot of prototype stuff yesterday. And I don't know, maybe prototype is different, but they've kind of brought prototype into the fold, so its rules are more similar to regular Fate now. But I don't know, maybe this probably is just a prototype thing. Because when I think about it, prototype is always implied in their universe, servants maintain their memories from past summons. That's not like a unique thing, like where you need weird circumstances. And I just remember, there's even a thing for Serenity where she's abnormal in that she doesn't remember things between summons. They say that in her character material book, that Serenity does not remember her other summons, what happens to her other summons, right? But that's normal for most servants, right? So that probably is a prototype thing. Now, they might forget that or throw it out the window and change it. They've kind of been slowly changing how they do the memory stuff for servants. What they seem to have done now is if like, and I guess nothing ever contradicted this, but they didn't really imply this from the beginning, but what they kind of do now is things that are really important or really impactful to the servant do permanently carry over to the Saint graph, right? And I guess they did kind of imply that with Gorgon and Medusa. But like, you know, VC Braun, you know, is affected by his summoning in APOC, although he doesn't remember it completely, but he has like a vague recollection of it and that kind of thing. Like the more important, the more it affects them. But in Prototype, it kind of seems like servants over there just remember their past summoning, and that's just that. And especially because Serenity, they specifically say she doesn't remember what her other versions see. That's kind of weird. But yeah, they've definitely been kind of changing that. And it's, back to Rama, that's what I'm talking about. I kind of feel like if something happens where like they do something to lift the curse so he can be summoned with Sita, that'll like permanently affect his Saint graph, and then maybe he could then somehow repair his bow and then not have it to be a thing. So I don't know. It's just hard to say. The way Saint graphs work is really weird in the Throne of Heroes, and it doesn't make sense. Like seriously, if you just read some of the stuff they said about it, like with Serenity and everything, and then what they've said in FGO versus Fate Grand or Fate Stay Night, it's like it's kind of hard to find something that actually makes sense for all of these things. So I think they thought it basically early on. They were like, oh yeah, they don't keep any of their memories, and they're like, wait a minute, this is way more fun if we can have like connections and grow in character development and that kind of thing. So now they're kind of in the middle. It's weird. It's really weird. Because you know Arthur does. I don't think Arthur's summoning condition is like in the same scenario that Artoria is. Well, the Volg that Rama gets hit by is Coup Altars, which has different properties, but it's still pretty nasty. Also, he got so fucked up from that. Without outside help, that obviously would have ended him. Like, if it was just him versus Coup Altar, he would have just lost. However, Coup Altar's being juiced by a Grail, and that's not really fair. You know, let Rama get juiced by a Grail, right? Yeah, some people have said they think that might happen, Fury, but I don't know. I think they might keep it where they're separated and one's in one game and one's in the other. But I wouldn't be shocked if they do an event or a main story where it happens. It also depends, like, what is the business model going on behind the scenes with Titan, because Titan Moon is dealing with DW and they're dealing with Sega, right? And they have different deals going on. So maybe they've told Sega, okay, you get Sita as exclusive for 1 year, but then we can, you know, let other people use it if we want to, right? Maybe that's the deal, but maybe it's not. I don't know. It's hard to say. So maybe the reason we don't have as much arcade stuff is just because the time limit's not up. But maybe they just DW is just not going to give FGO, because maybe the deal for Sega just is because okay, we know this. Titan Moon puts in their contract that Titan Moon maintains all character rights. So Type Moon can use those characters for anything. So, like, if they make Cleopatra for FGO, they can go put Cleopatra in Fate, you know, dice roll, right? They can do that. However, Sega, obviously, they can just negotiate, like, okay, y'all keep the character rights, however, you just can't put this character in mobile FGO. Because, you know, Sega's not, they're involved with arcade, but they're not involved with mobile FGO, so they're incentivized to make arcade unique and different and to try to draw people. It's like, hey, look, we got something unique that you can only get over here, come play us. So Sega might be like, yeah, okay, let's make a deal, let's get some, you know, we want unique characters that are only in arcade and they're never in the mobile version. You guys can use them in your books, in your visual novels, and your anime if you want to, that's fine, you know, you keep the rights, but you just don't put them in the mobile version, because that's our, you know, they might see that as like the thing they want to draw people from and have something unique, be unique from them, right? But maybe that's the deal, but they're like, oh yeah, and Time Moon might have been like, okay, but only for a year, right? We can use them after, we can put them in mobile and after a year, right? We don't really know. Let's see, what's the earliest stuff in arcade that was unique to arcade, right? Because we've got DaVinci Writer, but that obviously, you know, that took about a year or so. But what else came out? Like, because some of the stuff hasn't been in arcade very long. What else? What was the Santa Helena? Was that the first other thing? Because DaVinci's definitely been over a year, and then we got her. And Santa Helena is not a great example because she's a welfare and Christmas themed, right? That even if the contract like is up and they can use it, that doesn't mean they would, because one, no hate for Helena fans, she's not that popular, and because she's so Christmas specific, you know, they just might not bother. Like, I know we just do Karna and stuff, right? No, not Proto Merlin. Proto Merlin's not nearly that old. I'm talking about stuff that came out like right after. Guys, what are y'all talking about? What is wrong with you all? Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth, right? People are saying fucking Proto Merlin and Kid Coup. Those did not come out, you know, right after DaVinci Writer. What are you? That's literally the stuff that enough time hasn't gone by that even if this, Jesus. Like, that's literally the stuff I'm avoiding, right? I'm talking about what other things that are old enough that if it is time-gated that they could have, you know, potentially have been added. And the reason that's relevant is because let's say we've got 3 or 4 characters that have been out for over a year, and they haven't done any of them, and they're not like weird like Santa Helena, then we're probably not getting them ever, right? But if none of those have really happened yet, and the stuff that's, you know, kind of older just hasn't come up yet, or there just aren't all ones that are older like Rider DaVinci, then there's still hope, right? But you say fucking Kid, like, he just got added. Like, oh yeah, I'm sure the time gate's up now. It's like 2 months. Yeah, Jesus. Like, how is that in the ballpark of Rider DaVinci, right? Who's been out for years, and you're gonna say fucking Proto Merlin and Kid Coup, which are like some of the most recent additions. I think the only more recent addition is Josh Demoli, right? Like, goddamn. So yeah, I don't. What I'm getting at is, I don't think we have enough information yet to really know if we'll be getting arcade stuff or not. Because unless I'm wrong, DaVinci is the only thing that's old enough, and then Santa Helena. But again, us not getting Santa Helena, I don't think really points to, oh man, we're just not getting arcade stuff because again, she's a welfare and everything. It's kind of weird. So we need to have like a year go by since they added, you know, more normal, straightforward stuff, which I think we have a while. So they didn't do any for quite a while, honestly. Because surely DW wants to add Proto Merlin. Like, clearly they're gonna want that. So if we never get it, then I do suspect there's some, you know, behind-the-scenes stuff with Type Moon going on there. Okay, let's go MP game. Yeah, even if DaVinci's a welfare though, that's so different. She's not holiday themed, right? It's not like Christmas shit, right? That's so different. Where, you know, you're not gonna just randomly add Santa Helena in like July, right? And then when it is Christmas time, they've probably already got plans you know, like Santa Carna was surely planned a good while ago, so they can't just uproot that. And obviously they only have so much time to put into making the servants and Helena not being that popular. Like, my point is, Santa Helena not getting added is not very shocking to me, even if they could add her, right? Like, that's what I'm getting at here. So let's try to limit the amount of NPs hitting me in the face here. I think they have debuffs. Yeah, that's a big thing what Random just said, and that could mean that, you know, that's the only reason we got her, and maybe we are not going to get any of the other ones. I hope that's not true, even though so far most of the unique servants they've added I don't actually care about very much. I'd say Jacques de Molay is probably the one that I want the most. He's pretty cool. Let me think. Other than that, what else is there? Let's see. I guess Santa JK's okay. I'm not like, oh my god, this needs to be added, but that doesn't bother me. It's fine. You know, be nice for Sharky, right? Proto Merlin I don't really care about at all. I don't hate her, but I don't really give a crap. Yeah, I can't think of any other ones that I actually want to add. Oh, Sita. Excuse me. Wow. Wow. I'm an asshole. What is wrong with me? Yeah, Sita's fine. Sita's fine. She's lore accurate, makes sense, well-established character in the Fate-verse anyway. Right? Yeah, she's totally fine. I have no problem with her. Yeah, she totally is fine. I don't know why I forgot about that one. I'm about to take my head off. Anyway, so yeah, Sita is probably pretty high on there. Sita and Jacques de Molay are pretty high, and then I'm okay with Suzuka Gozen, and that's about it. I don't really care about the other ones so much. So I'm sure eventually they'll add more stuff. They've really never added anything in arcade that I'm like, shit. Right? They really have never done that, but I'm sure they will at some point. Everyone thought I would like Kid Ku. I don't really know why. I don't like kid characters very much, and obviously, like, this is such a thing for me, right? I don't need the lesser versions of the character I like. I don't care about Rider Mordred. You know, she's just a joke variant for funsies. I'd rather have the serious, normal Mordred that's cool and all that, right? The ones in actual stories and stuff, right? That's the one I care about. That being said, I don't mind Kid Ku because he doesn't do a lot of the things that kid characters normally do that make me dislike them, right? He's not Carol from Tales of Vesperia, right? He's not that obnoxious kid character. He's just not. And there's plenty of, you know, President? What am I talking about? A lot of his stories, you know, he is in that, you know, mid-teen age range, you know, that kind of thing. That's pretty normal for a lot of his stories. So I don't mind it existing, but of course it's not my favorite. Yeah, Green Knight would be nice, but yeah, I wouldn't actually be that mad if he was an arcade. I wouldn't be happy, but I would not be that mad. Let me put it this way: I would rather Green Knight be in an arcade than not in Fate at all. I mean, I guess technically he's already in Fate because we've mentioned him several times and all that, but you know, he has no design, he has no voice actor, he has no, you know, canonical abilities. You know, I'll be happy if I can at least just see the design, a voice actor, you know, what his powers are, you know, get a character material book, you know. Sure, I'd like to be able to use the damn character and, you know, put him in videos and, you know, music and all these fun things, right? But I'll take something over absolutely nothing when it comes to that. What happened to my NP on Leo? I swear I had like gotten a lot again. Am I crazy? This 85k guy though is giving us some trouble here. Don't worry, we're poisoning him to death. If I had given Leonidas a damage CE, he'd probably gotten through this wave by now. If Saint Hercules comes to arcade, I'm moving to Japan. Dude, that's such a highly requested thing, and it's such a huge legend, and the little tiny bits of normal Hercules that we get now and then. Just he's sounds really fucking awesome. It's like, can we actually get this now? So I like how you got the you have the one page in Fate, Strange Fate, and then they expanded on that a little bit with, like, you know, the manga and stuff, and then a little bit you hear about him in Lost Belt 5. It's just like, come on, man. Oh, he's only got 300k health. That's kind of disappointing. I guess we give this to David. We still overcharge Robin though, because I mean, who cares about overcharging David? More chance to skill seal against an enemy that doesn't have magic resist. Oh yeah, and Jason too. Oh yeah, and actually, even in the Fate route, you get a little insight to his thoughts. Like twice, I think twice, when he dies and after the fight with Emiya. And he seems quite awesome. And he just is so, god damn it, man. Like, come on, Hercules is the most legendary hero on the planet. I mean, come the fuck on. I was so annoyed. I love Fate Strange Fate, but oh my god, I hate what they did there. If they were gonna do that, they just shouldn't have used Hercules at all. Like, and the writer even said he didn't feel like he should not be the one to write Saint Hercules and like normal Hercules. So like, then just don't use Hercules then. Like, we didn't need a second warped Hercules. Him not being in Lost Belt 5, I've seen so many people act like, oh no, it's just for the story. It's not. Fuck you. That's clearly not for the story. That is blatantly a dodge. Right? They came up with a reason, and they gave him some kudos, like, oh, he's not gonna be in the story, but look, you did cool stuff before you showed up, right? They contrived that scenario to not use him. Obviously, they didn't want to give him a design and all that stuff yet. So like, both Nasu and everyone else just seem to just be dodging Saint Hercules, man. Like, come on, somebody just get this done already. I'm hoping Nasu at some point is like, you know what, it's time. Let's make this happen. But Jesus. What are we fighting here? I guess just throw riders all over the screen. I've literally said like a million times already, you know, oh my god. Let me just explain it again. So, Hercules as an archer, totally vanilla, is in Fate Strange Fate, and then literally in one page is warped by Angra Grail Juice and is turned into Avenger Hercules, which is completely different and acts completely different, has a completely different skill set, looks completely different. He's just OC, please don't steal. For the very short period of time that he's in it, though, they definitely hype him up to be awesome, and they're like, okay, but we're not using that. Just kidding, guys. Why am I attacking the 59k one? No matter what NP I use, it doesn't make any sense. Angra is a cool guy, but let's be real, he runs a lot of things. I guess we actually want Alex as NP. I don't know why I'm still attacking this 59k one, but I mean, he's dead. Shame Ushi is at 98%. Can we kill here?
もそう思ってたんだ。承知。はい。暗雲よ、イカズチよ、父よ。
They've given him a design, although they might tweak it when we decide to use it, because, you know, that was just from, like, the manga and stuff. But we'll just have to see. I do hope we can put in someday, but it's been so many years, man. I mean, Taste the Night was, like, what, 15 years ago or some crap? I just think it was more than that. Wasn't it, like, 17 years ago? I think it was 2004? Was it 2004? I think it was 2004. Because Dean was 2006. Oh man. Inferior NP line, but still good. And you're allowed to use the other NP line, thankfully. I don't know why Masashi has not gotten the same treatment, but, Bring a Berserker to deal with those casters. I can bring my own Berserker, though. Don't have to summon one. I don't know why Masashi hasn't gotten the ability to use her old NP. Really strange, because I mean it's still in the game. If you don't beat Shimosa? Yeah, that's the one. If you don't beat Shimosa, you still get to do it. No. Actually, because he's not 10, NP 10. Anyway, because he's not 10, we'll cast Herku, I think. Probably not going to be useful, but just in case. Actually, we'll do a support. Nope, we'll do that. We can probably bring Angra. How we doing on Bond? Shame we're not bringing Bond boost CEs because they're not 3 stars, but that'd be a helpful way to get him up. So look at all the 9 lives we have in that Fate. We have Rome 9 lives, right? There's so many 9 lives. Gilgamesh has 9 lives, so he summons like this ancient like Arbalest that can fire 9 lives and such. But we don't have regular, original, just 9 lives. We've never gotten just regular Hercules 9 lives. It's insane. I just And one thing that really sucks is because I feel like I'm really worried when they finally go to make regular Hercules, he's not going to be like they described. Because they're like, that's too boring. Like, oh yeah, we've said, you know, he's got God Hand and all of his other forms. And, you know, 9 lives when he's sane. We've known his toolkit is God Hand and 9 lives, which is an amazing combo. Being like ungankable and having all that survivability, and then having this insane nuke that is just so good at killing things. That's such a good combo. And then he's also crazy skilled and high stats and all this stuff. And then immune to mental interference too. But I think they're so incentivized to be like, oh yeah, thought we were just going to give him God Hand, but instead we're giving him God Boot. You know, they're going to just come up. They're going to do something stupid because they're going to like, oh, but it's generic if we just add regular Hercules. But that's all people want. They just want regular Hercules. Like they just want, you know, the thing that's been described. We don't need Rainbow Herc. Right, we really don't need that, but I feel like they're gonna be pushed to go that way. These guys have 10,000 life, although I have a feeling the next wave is not going to be so kind. Boy, I was about to say, if they attack Shinjuku a third time there... I probably should have grabbed those art cards. Darius animation update can't come soon enough. Good NP here. Probably don't need the NP for the next wave. And before I regret this decision. I didn't use his third skill because I mean we don't really need the damage up, so. Besides, he can give it to Babbage here. That's pretty cool. I have too much value here. I wish this was a way harder wave. Look at this. We got the stars that we can give to Ku, who also has a crit buff. We have both their NPs. But I guess we just do that. How unfortunate. Shinjuku is almost assuredly getting updated with Lost Belt 6. Now, maybe it ends up... And there's the crash. Maybe it ends up being some stupid crap like Lost Belt 6.2 or Lost Belt 6.5 or whatever. But it's somewhere in Lost Belt 6, it's pretty obvious he's getting an animation update because of the anime opening trailer thingy they made. Apparently, I've been streaming for 4 hours. I did not realize that. I should probably take a break and get food, and then I might come back with like Genshin Impact or Darkest Dungeon or something. But let's beat this here because you know, Babbage was too strong for the blue stack to handle. There's still a lot of servants though that have day one animations or near day one animations. Like Babbage does not have day one animations, but not that much better. Yeah, I really just don't think Lost Belt 6 is going to add many knights. I think we know it'll add at least one, because they've shown it. And maybe two, but he might be the only one. The Lancer one that we've seen, that might be the only one. Kinda sucks, man, but I'm hoping at least Sir K, man. Give me Sir K at least, for God's sakes. Okay. Let's take a break here. I'm gonna go get food and all that stuff. I think I'll play some Genshin Impact. They did like the final arena thing today. We'll mess around with that. All right. So I don't know how long it's gonna take. Like I don't even know what I'm gonna eat for dinner. I haven't even thought about it. But I'm gonna eat something and then I'll be back. But thank you for hanging out. Blah 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 blah. So far this has gone pretty smoothly, I would say. Although it's gonna get significantly harder at the end. We're gonna have a Yan, final fight, 2 fights with Lobo and Moriarty, I do not think are going to be pushovers. I think that's going to be tough. But I will see you all in a bit, and peace. My voice just cracked there. That was great.